Convene into our meeting. This is the joint meeting of the City Council, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, Public Finance Authority, the Public Utility Authority, Housing Authority, Paris Joint Powers Authority, and Paris Community Economic Development Corporation of the City of Paris this Tuesday, January 30th, 2024. The call time is 6:30. Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem Rogers. Here. Councilmember Nava.
Present.
Councilmember Corona.
Present.
Councilmember Raab.
Here.
Mayor Vargas.
Present, thank you. Item 3 is our invocation, which will be led by Director Abdallah Jadala from the Paris Islamic Center. Would you please stand and join us and remain standing for item 4, which is our Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Mayor Pro Tem Rogers.
Mayor Vargas, City Council members, let us pray. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Lord of the heavens and earth, Master of the day of judgment, we thank you, our Lord, for all the blessings you have given us, the major blessings and the minor blessings, those that we are aware of and those that we are unaware of. We ask you, our Lord, to forgive us. Forgive us for our shortcomings. We ask you to have mercy upon us. We ask you to elevate us and to elevate the city of Paris. We ask you to enrich us and allow us to be amongst those who use our wealth for noble causes. We ask you to guide us to the straight path, guide us in all of our affairs, guide the city council members to make the right decisions. We ask you to be amongst those who stand firmly for justice. We ask you to be amongst those who fight against injustice. And fighting against injustice is never easy. So we ask you to ease our task, and we ask you to protect us. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me as we salute our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item 5 is a report on closed session items. Mr. Koo.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met on the closed session items as listed on the agenda. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you. Item 6 is our presentations and announcements. I'm going to do a little change up here to accommodate going back and forth with from the dais and down below. I'm first going to move item C up to the top. That's going to be our presentation. Oops, scratch that. Item D. That is the Employee of the Quarter recognition for the fourth quarter. We will hear item D first, followed by the recognition of the Orange Vista High School football team. So item D, for the Employee of the Quarter, this item will be introduced by our Director of Administrative Services, Ms. Saida Moscar.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of City Council. This item will be presented by Park Services Manager, Mr. Arturo Garcia. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and City staff. It is an honor for me to present Mr. Joseph Jones as the Employee of the Quarter, and in my opinion, it's been long overdue. Mr. Joe Jones was nominated by his peers for his willingness to go above and beyond to help his fellow co-workers and the City of Paris community. Mr. Joseph Jones started in the city in 2017, going on 7 years now. You guys are lucky that Mr. Joe Jones is here receiving his award because he sits there, he's thinking of 1,000 things he can be fixing right now. He said that working is his hobby, and others in our staff have said he even works in his sleep. So with no further ado, Mr. Joseph Jones.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city management, for the opportunity for me to show my determination and positive work ethic. I accept this award with great honor and joy for myself and my family. With respect, to my team, the Community Service Department, and the Parks Division. Sincerely, I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, hang on for a minute. Come back up to the podium. I'm going to let the council address you before we come down, so just make it so awkward. So, anybody want to start off? Councilman Rab?
Yes, just want to congratulate Mr. Jones on your award. It's a prestigious honor, and continue doing what you're doing. You're an asset to the city. Thank you.
Councilman Corona?
Oh, sure. Thank you, Mayor. Just want to give you a big congratulations. I see you always walk around, just very busy, being a hard worker that you are. I'm sure you're proud of what the city is proud, and I'm sure your family's proud of you. But thank you for everything that you do for the city.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Nava?
Congratulations, Mr. Jones. We're so happy to have you here celebrating you and all that you do. I know that throughout the days it might seem thankless, but really without you, I'm sure we would be in a bind. So thank you so much for what you do, and you play such an important role here in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you so much for your years of service to our city. You're a dedicated employee, and we're very happy to be able to give you this award tonight. And you're an incredible employee, and I'm sure that your peers are celebrating your success tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
So when I hear of your name, Mr. Jones, it reminds me of a very familiar song that I like. But anyway, congratulations. It's very well deserved. You can laugh now. Go ahead. It's all right. I'm not going to sing it. But anyway, yeah, you are, as one of my colleagues said, you are an asset to our city, and we thank you for your service. And this is a well-deserved an award. So at this time, we're going to come down, and we'll take some photos and issue you your certificate.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. All righty. Mr. Jones, come on up center front, sir. Finally, someone that's not twice as tall as me. I'm going to read this off first, then we'll take a photo. So this is a certificate of recognition presented to Joe Jones, employee of the fourth quarter 2023. May it be known that the mayor and the city council of the city of Paris hereby recognize Joe Jones for his dedication and unwavering commitment to the city of Paris. Your efforts are commendable and greatly appreciated. Your wife too, and son? Come on over. Jones in the middle. That's right. Yes, sir. Your family too.
Yes, come on.
Here we go, on three. 1, 2, 3. And don't quite go away, Mr. Jones. We got a couple of things here still. So in addition to your certificate, the city is issuing you a Visa gift card of $100. You will. So you make contact with my executive assistant, Luz Tabarez. You can schedule my lunch with you. And, all right. And then in addition, we're going to issue a key to the city. Okay, you may sit down. Okay, moving on to item 6A, which is now the recognition of the Orange Vista High School football team. I have a few notes first to read. Are both my coaches here? I see 1 and 2, the brothers. So, for Orange Vista High School, Coach Greg Zomalt, and he has a brother named Eric Zomalt. I was a school board member for Valverde Unified School District before becoming mayor of the city of Paris. And these both brothers taught or coached at Orange, I always say Orange because it's orange out there, Citrus Hill High School. The historic feat, first CIF Southern Section title for Orange Vista, but let's go back a few years when they were both coaching at Citrus Hill High School. They led Citrus to 5 CIF Southern California titles and 1 CIF state title. So that gives you the caliber of these men. We opened Citrus Hill High School, and Mr. Brockman, for any of those who know, well, you kids know him because he just was your principal for not too long, opened that school. And I found out later when I became mayor that he brought over, got to read the right name, Greg Zomalt. And I said, how did you break up that magnificent duel? But he did it. The Zomalt brothers will have their first sibling showdown with Orange Vista High School and Rancho Verde High School. That was a title in the sports news. So Eric went on to Rancho Verde High School. And that became a rivalry, those two high schools, Orange Vista and Rancho Verde High School. And I even got the honor one night to go flip the coin, but the more interesting was I went to see this game because between that game, you guys have, what do you exchange? Whoever wins, you take home what? A helmet. And they get to ride that helmet for a whole year and take the glory and what have you. So here we got a football game, 2 brothers coaching one-on-one, and there's the mom. She gets to flip the coin. Very unique game. But anyway, it's an honor to bring this team to our city. We were trying to do this a lot earlier, but it does take time and to organize this event. So I'm going to read off what one certificate reads for the children, for the young guys. When these guys stand up, they're going to be animals. So for the boys, the young men, it's going to say Certificate of Recognition, Orange Vista High School Varsity Football Team, each of your names. May be known that the mayor and the city council of the city of Paris hereby join the Orange Vista High School in recognizing the player's name. This is a coach's certificate, not a child, student. There we go. May we know that the mayor and the city council here of Paris hereby join with Orange Vista High School in recognition of the player's name for his exemplary performance and teamwork throughout the fall 23-24 season. We congratulate you for accomplishing a historic CIF championship title, and we wish you much success in your future endeavors. For the coach, it'll read that the mayor and the city council hereby of Paris recognize and join Orange Vista High School in recognizing Greg Zomalt for the demonstrating exemplary leadership and coordination as head coach throughout the fall of 23-24 season. We thank you for your contributions in the guiding OVHS to a historic CIF championship title and wish you much success. Now, please remind me, how many years has the school been open? 8 years. So the first 2 years was only juniors and seniors, right? No, freshman, sophomore. Then it took 2 more years before a graduating class. So in a matter of 6 years, basically, or 8 technically, this man and these young men took a CIF championship. That's awesome. Congratulations, big time. And then lastly, we're going to issue a certificate and a plaque to hang high and mighty in your school. And this one reads, the Orange Vista High School football 2023 CAF champions may be known that the mayor and the city council of the city of Paris hereby recognize Orange Vista High School football team for their exemplary performance and teamwork throughout the fall of 23-24 season. We congratulate you for accomplishing the historic CAF championship title. Thank you for doing an excellent job representing Paris, and we wish you much success in your future endeavors. So coach and players and coaches, please all come on up, or we're going to have you come down, shake everybody's hand, of course, and then we're going to do a group photo. Coach, good job, buddy. Coach, thank you, sir. Coach. Congratulations. Coach, thank you. Coach. Yeah. All right, guys, how's it going? Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Congratulations. Good job. No kidding, huh? Look at their necks, man. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh, wow. He's already over there.
Congratulations. 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 Good job, man. Congratulations.
Everybody had a firm handshake. Yeah, I did. You don't really see that with young people nowadays.
Full side.
So by a show of hands, football players, how many of you guys are seniors? Raise your hand if you're a senior. Oh, that's good, Coach. You're going to have a strong team next year. Parents, as soon as our public information takes this picture, you're more than welcome to come up and take a picture. I only charge $5 a shot.
All right, here we go on three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Come on up, parents. I'll be back. One more. All right, so before you guys go, I have to give prompts, though, to your parents. And first of all, Coach, how many's on the roster? Because I know not everybody's here. About 50 kids. Good thing they didn't all make it. So, mom and dads, thank you so much for being very supportive for your children's athletic. As a parent and a grandparent, it's a lot of work for us as well. So I appreciate what you do for your kids. Some of these guys back here with the size of their arms and necks, they're going to keep going on further. So I really congratulate them. And then coaches, for your endless support and dedication, man, for these kids. I know it's rough out there. I work my way back there from City Hall every day when I go home, and I see you guys out there in that hot summer. So I know you guys put a lot of work into this. So I look forward to next year. I did get to go to 2 games this year. Back in the day, I used to stay the whole game. These old knees, I can't stand. And I always go down to the sidelines. It's hard for me to stand for a couple of hours these days, but I did appreciate going out there and seeing you guys play, and looking forward to another good year. So we're going to go up. I want to give a chance for this council to make a comment for you guys, and then we're going to take a break and allow you guys to leave and your families, and then we'll get the next group of folks in here. All righty? So give us a minute to get up there, and we're going to make some comments. Yeah, take a seat, guys. I'm sorry. And then, Coach, you want to get all these certificates? You want to take that? Yeah. Thanks for coming. Sorry it took a while.
your script?
That was for earlier, but that's the most important. All right, Councilman Rab?
Yes, just want to congratulate all the players, coaches as well. You guys are doing an amazing job. One thing I noticed when every single young man came up and shook my hand, everyone had a firm handshake. They all looked me in the eyes, and that's something that's not really taught that modern times, really wasn't taught when I was in high school 20 years ago. So that's something that just coaching and you guys will do well and whatever you decide to do in life. Maybe 10, 15 years from now, we'll see you up here on this dais. So once again, congratulations to the coaches, congratulations to the parents, congratulations to the students. You guys are setting an example. I even saw the young people, the young kids looking up and admiring all the hard work you guys done. So once again, congratulations. Keep up the good work.
Councilman Corona?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to repeat the sentiments of my colleague. Just a big congratulations. It's a really big deal. I mean, this is something that you guys are going to remember for the rest of your lives, right? I mean, for being someone that like a former high school athlete, I mean, to win a CIF championship is incredible. You know, I know in the past, Citrus Hill's done it. And it was Paris Citrus Hill, but it wasn't really Paris, right? And Heritage, even though some kids were from Paris, it wasn't really Paris. Same thing with Rancho Verde, but Orange Vista is a Paris school, and so we're very proud of you guys that you're able to bring a CIF football championship to the city of Paris. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman Nava?
Thank you all so much for allowing your time to come out and have us celebrate you here at the council chambers. To the coaches, to the team members, to the family, and everyone involved who plays a role, congratulations. You've all earned this. And I look forward to hearing much more of your future success. And thank you so much. And I hope you guys continue to come back and share further endeavors that you've accomplished, whether it's in sports or whatever it may be. So thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
It's an honor to celebrate you today. Thank you for an outstanding season, bringing home the trophy, bringing home the win. As the old adage says, everybody loves a winner. And winners you are, you represent P-Town very well. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
So you heard my spiel, but I'll repeat again, but congratulations. You guys did a terrific season, and I look forward again for this coming year in 2024. Coach, you want to come up and say a few words? And do you have a captain here by any chance? Is there a captain? Or anybody who wants to represent the team, you're more than welcome to come up, share a few words after your coach. Don't be bashful.
So on behalf of the whole Orange Vista football family, which includes players, coaches, the families, the parents, we really appreciate this honor. We take it serious, and we represent Paris well. That's what we do when we went, and did our thing. So it is a high honor for us, and we really thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you for having us today.
All right. Thank you for being here. All right, we're going to take about a 5-10 minute break, folks. We're going to let the families and the young men leave and then allow for transition of our other folks that are here for the meeting. So we'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're ready to resume our meeting. Please close the door, please, in the back. If I can have everybody please sit down. Okay, we're going to resume back to our presentation announcements. Item 6B is a presentation of the 211 system by Inland SoCal United Way. This item will be introduced by myself, according to this. And who's here? Isabel Sanchez, come on up, please.
Good evening, Paris City Council. It is a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for having me. My name is Isabel Sanchez, Director of Philanthropy with Inland SoCal United Way 211 Plus. United Way, our mission is to unite people, ideas, and resources to empower our community and improve lives. We envision a caring community, an extraordinary place to live, learn, work, and grow. We work towards this vision by focusing on the education, financial stability, health, and housing of all people in our community. At a glance, we have serviced our community for over 90 years. We service a region with a population of 5 million. We operate the second largest contact center in the state of California, which is 211. It is much like calling 911, but this is for free resources or low-cost resources for our community. We have over 50 programs that serve our community, like workforce development, Cali ITC, earthquake preparedness, school tools, Kids Pack, and much more. We partner with government agencies and other nonprofits, as well as the private sector, to build long-term solutions to our communities, to solve our community's problems. Our 211 Contact Center answers over 450,000 calls every single year, connecting our community to over 50 programs. These are the most vulnerable population. When they call, they are in a crisis, and with their permission, we assess them to meet their needs. Building thriving communities, 211 Careers offers job seekers resources like resume development, interview practice, and transportation assistance to interviews. We partner with over 200 partners to provide job placement. These are individuals that have faced long-term unemployment and as well as have been justice involved, have had issues with domestic violence as well, or drug use also. Our Kids Pack program addresses food insecurities for children, kinder through 8th grade. We are currently feeding 1,300 students every single week and partnering with 13 school districts across San Bernardino, and we currently expanded this program to the Riverside County. These are children that are living in harsh conditions, like living in their parents' car, completely homeless, or garages. We make sure that they take home a backpack full of nutritious food every single weekend when they do not have access to their free lunch at school. And we recently expanded this program to Riverside County, and currently we're feeding 200 students in Riverside County. This is just some statistics why the relationship with 211 is important. From January to July 2023, we handled over 188,000 calls. And like I said, the much needed resources that the population calls out for is housing, food, and financial assistance for utilities. How you can contact is by dialing 211 through text, via chat as well. It is open 24/7, 365 days a week, and there is also a suicide prevention hotline as well. During the pandemic, we were able to partner with Riverside County to offer over to distribute over $300 million worth of rental assistance to keep tens of thousands of families housed. We were able to partner with the counties and cities because of our strong infrastructure. How to get involved. Through workplace campaigns, we partner with government agencies as well as private sector corporations. We have workplace campaigns where employees are able to donate to United Way. They are open campaigns. They can designate these funds through a payroll deduction. They can set it and forget it, and they can support any charity of their choice through their payroll deduction. And we also have sponsorships as well for our events. We host 2 events annually. One of them is our gala that is coming up March 15th, and it will be at the Agua Caliente Resort and Spa. And we are looking for sponsorships. All of the proceeds from this event goes directly to funding these 50-plus programs, as well as we have an annual classic golf tournament as well, that we also raise funds to fund these programs as well. And then we also have opportunities to volunteer to pack the food that is delivered to these 13 school districts every single week, where we pack the food and then deliver it. So that's what we need volunteers for. And then these are just ways that you can join the conversation and get involved. Any questions?
Thank you, Isabel. Councilman, do you have any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate the information, and thanks for all the work that you guys are doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Item C is a presentation on the Riverside County Transportation Commission draft. This is the 2024 Traffic Relief Plan. This will be introduced by Aaron Hakey, our Deputy Director of the Riverside County Transportation Commission.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, City Manager Mayor Montes, and residents of the City of Paris. It's an honor to be with you tonight on behalf of the Riverside County Transportation Commission to discuss something that touches all of our lives, which is the traffic, the transportation, how we get around our community and around the region. Here to talk about the draft traffic relief plan, which is something that you'll be hearing more about, and this is a kickoff of an opportunity for you, the residents of the city, and your stakeholders to get engaged and let us know what you think. So first, who is RCTC? This is not just an acronym. We're a government agency that represents you, represents every city in Riverside County, from Corona to Blythe, Temecula to Beaumont. You're represented here in the city of Paris by the mayor, Mr. Vargas, and the county supervisor for this area, Mr. Gutierrez. We administer the countywide sales tax, Measure A, that the voters approved back in 2002, originally in 1988. And is administered countywide. It goes into everything from highways to public transit, MetroLink. We provide funding to RTA and the transit systems around the county. And we also, as of a few years ago, operate express lanes on the 91 and the 15 corridors. So we do a lot of multimodal transportation in this region, and we're looking to do more. What we've done here recently in the city of Paris, as you have experienced, we have added a lane to I-215 in recent years from Murrieta Hot Springs all the way up to Nuevo. We've reconstructed the interchange at the 74 and 215. We've just recently completed the new interchange at the 215 and Placentia Avenue. And just a little bit before that, we extended MetroLink service down here to Paris. And actually, one of the trains flew by me on my way down here, and we're very happy to have those stations and that service running here to Paris. We also operate freeway service patrol. You may have seen as you drive on I-215 during peak commutes, those white tow trucks. In fact, one of them was at work pulling an accident off the side of the freeway as I was trying to get here. This is an RCTC-funded service through Measure A to clear traffic, get you safely off the road if you get in an accident, have a flat tire, or need a gallon of gas. This is something that your tax dollars go to support and is one of the most popular things that we do. We also fund programs like Operation Lifesaver here in this community to teach school children about safety around railroad tracks to reduce accidents involving trains. We're also actively involved in constructing the Mid-County Parkway, and we have provided, through Measure A, over $24 million directly to the city of Paris for local streets and roads to do potholes and other road maintenance. So recently, we asked residents throughout the county, what is it that you want to see for your transportation system? And this is what they told us. This was a statistically valid public opinion survey that we did of all county residents, and they told us that in very great numbers, they want to keep roads in good condition, fix the potholes, reduce congestion, improve safety, and keep fares low for public transportation for seniors, students, disabled, and veteran riders. And none of this is a surprise to me. It may not be a surprise to you, but people want to get out of traffic and have good roads to drive on and be able to take public transit. But we know that there's more to do, much more to do. And so RCTC has developed a comprehensive traffic relief plan that is out now. You can find it at trafficreliefplan.org. It represents billions of dollars of potential public investments in our infrastructure here in Riverside County as our communities continue to grow, as our needs increase. What's important to note, though, however, is the projects that are within this plan are not funded. We do not have the money to build these things. They are things we want to accomplish. They're things that we've heard from you, from your city, from other cities, from other stakeholders in the county. We've compiled them all here. Within the traffic relief plan, we have separated all of these investments into different categories, from safe streets and roads, highways, regional connections like the Mid-County Parkway and a new State Route 79 through the Hemet-San Jacinto Valley, more commuter assistance, active transportation, which is pedestrian and bicycle facilities, as well as environmental mitigation. This is becoming increasingly important as we build in this area. We do impact the environment when we build these projects, and mitigation is required by state and federal laws to ensure that those projects have offset their impacts. So some examples of the projects contained within the traffic relief plan in this area include reconstruction of the interchange at I-215 and Harley-Knox Boulevard, adding a lane between the 60 and Van Buren on I-215. Again, more local road repairs and safety improvements, increasing train service on that Paris Valley line. We're also looking at extending rail service from here to Hemet and San Jacinto. You may know that that rail line continues beyond where the train stops in South Paris. RCTC owns that right-of-way that goes all the way to San Jacinto, and we'd like to eventually extend rail service all the way there. We're also looking at extending rail service out to the Coachella Valley. That won't go through this particular city, but we're looking for a one-seat ride from LA Union Station through Fullerton, downtown Riverside, the Banning-Beaumont Pass area, and then on into Palm Springs and Coachella. We're looking to mitigate, as I said, the impacts of all of these projects. We're looking to reconstruct the State Route 79, which today is basically a street that meanders through Hemet and San Jacinto, and build a facility that serves that region better, improve bicycle and pedestrian facilities throughout the region, and increase that freeway service patrol that patrols I-215, the 60, the 91, and the 15. Within the traffic relief plan, we have built-in accountability measures. We know this is important anytime we talk about public funding, making sure that our funds are audited, that there are mandatory reviews, and that none of the funds can be diverted to Sacramento or Washington, D.C. Within our statutes, for any potential measure that the voters approve, only 1% of the funds can be used for administrative salaries and benefits, so 99% of that is going to projects. And of course, Paris, the county, are all represented on our commission, our board, so everyone is working together to prioritize for the region. So, again, these projects are not funded. These are aspirations. We are looking, the commission is looking at making a decision in the spring as to whether to place on the ballot a potential sales tax measure. This would go on the November ballot if the commission decides to do so. And if it's placed on the ballot, and if it funds the projects that are in the traffic relief plan, we would generate an estimated $25 billion of revenue over a period of 30 years, supporting 168,000 jobs, approximately $11 billion in workforce income, and an economic output of nearly $31 billion. In this particular region of Riverside County, over that 30-year period, we expect to generate approximately $20 billion worth of investment into those transportation services and infrastructure. In this poll, we asked the citizens of this particular area, as well as the whole county, would you support a sales tax measure to fund these investments? So, across Riverside County, the answer was 67% would say yes, after we read the ballot question and told them some of the things that it would do. In this particular area, 76% of the voters we interviewed said yes, and 82% of voters across the entire county said they do see a need for more funding for transportation. So, before the traffic relief plan is finalized, before any decisions are made about how to fund the traffic relief plan, we do want to hear from you, and that's why we're here tonight, and grateful for your invitation. Anyone who's watching, you can scan the QR code on the screen. It will take you directly to the traffic relief plan website, where you can download the plan, you can slice and dice it, look at the different projects that are in there, and then provide us comments. There's a feedback form, and we've already received many comments from the public. We're going through those, and we're happy to receive more. There are other ways to contact us here on the screen. I do have my business card here for anyone who's here in the audience wishing to talk to me after the meeting, and would be happy to take any questions from the council should there be any. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron, appreciate that. Councilman, do you have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
I know you work closely with Caltrans.
Yes.
And you know the I-215 between Moreno Valley and Paris is in total disarray.
Yes.
Do you know when the plans are to repair that section of the freeway?
You're talking about the potholes and the...
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be happy to contact Caltrans and find out what the schedule is. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can chime in on that. So this area by Paris is scheduled for 2026.
Okay.
So I'm vigorously reaching out all the time when I see them, telling them that we cannot wait till 2026. So Aaron knows I bug. Ann Meyer, our director, knows I bug. So anyway, Councilman Corona?
Thank you, Mayor. The Mayor Pro Tem took my first question because it's an issue. I mean, we see it. So I don't know if we could wait till 2026. The next question I have, it seems to be a sales tax. Now, in a city that we're proud of being one of the only cities that around this whole area that doesn't have a sales tax, this would be a sales tax on our residents. If they purchased a bicycle for Walmart, for example, they're going to get a 1% sales tax?
That's if the commission puts it on the ballot and if the voters approve it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And then, I mean, I feel like we voted for this before statewide as with the gas tax. Is that not enough to fund these projects?
So that is a different funding source, and that's controlled by the state of California. Much of that goes to actually what you were just asking about, the road repairs for the existing infrastructure. A small amount of it does come to the counties for this area to do some work. But no, for the major projects we're talking about, such as reconstructing the interchanges, building the major transportation corridors, those are hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, especially the rail lines. And there simply is inadequate funding to do that. The measure that was passed by the state legislature and the governor back in 2017 was simply to catch up to where the state had fallen behind and simply doing basic repairs of the infrastructure we already have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Well, thank you, Aaron. Thank you for taking the time to come out and sharing this with us.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Okay, moving on, item 7 is our Youth Advisory Committee communications. This report will be given by Julie Salas, our president of the Youth Advisory Committee.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council and City staff, good evening. My name is Julie Salas, and I'm proud to serve as the president of the Youth Advisory Committee. Tonight, I am pleased to provide you with an update of the most recent and forthcoming events organized by the YAC. YAC is excited to announce our 8th annual Job Shadow Day on Thursday, February 1st, 2024, from 9:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. This event is specifically designed for high school students from both the Paris Union High School and Valverde School District. Its primary goal is to offer a glimpse into various professional trades and careers. It'll provide valuable insights to better prepare us for life after high school. Additionally, this Friday, February 2nd, the Statler Youth Center will host an open mic night from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. It's an opportunity for local talent to showcase their skills in singing, comedy, poetry, and more. This is a free event for youth, making it a perfect evening for friends to enjoy. Come join us for a night of entertainment and community at the Statler Youth Center this Friday. To stay updated on any events and activities, we invite everyone to follow us on social media at Paris YAC. Regular updates and information about upcoming events will be shared through these platforms. For any inquiries or additional details about YIC or the events mentioned, feel free to contact the Statler Youth Center. In closing, YIC would like to remind everyone to stay safe and healthy.
Thank you, Julie. Item 8 is public comment. This is the time when any member of the public may bring a matter to the attention to the mayor or the city council that is within our jurisdiction and is not listed on our agenda. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak?
Yes, sir. Rob Mason. That is all.
Did someone try to go back and call his name out?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item 9 is approval of minutes. 9A is consideration to approve the minutes of the special joint meeting held on January 9th, 2024. The city council and all the other agencies is listed on our agenda. If there are no comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rogers, second by Councilman Rab. Please call the vote.
Five oh, motion approved.
Thank you. 5B is consideration to approve the minutes of the regular joint meeting held on January 9th, 2024. The city council and all the other agencies as listed on our agenda. If there are no comments or questions, I entertain a motion to approve. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rogers, second by Councilman Rab. Please call a vote.
Five oh, motion approved.
Thank you. Item 10 is our consent calendar items. Consent calendar items are normally enacted in one motion. The mayor or city council may remove a consent calendar item for a separate action. We will have public comment on this item. Does anybody have anything they want to pull? Councilman Rab?
Yes, I'd like to pull 10F.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilman Corona?
Yeah, I was gonna say 10F, but 10G as well too, just for a couple questions.
Anybody else? I have one, the request of staff, 10M. Staff is requesting a continuance of the consent item in subject to a future city council meeting as additional time is needed to address language and terms with the Civic Plus of the amended agreement. So that's for 10M, we will pull that. So that being said, I'm looking for a motion on items 10A, B, C, D, E, H, I, J, K, L. And before I call the vote, is there any requests to speak on any of those or on the consent calendar items that we didn't pull?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion by Councilwoman Nava, second by Councilman Corona. Please call the vote.
Five oh, motion approved.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go in order. So 10F, Councilman Reb.
Yes, I have comments, but I'd like to hear the speakers first.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment before we open up public comment?
I have comments, but I'll wait also.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on item 10F?
Yes, sir.
How many speakers do we have?
We have 40. 41.
Okay, folks, due to that time or the amount, I'm going to limit the speakers to 2 minutes. We're going to start that off, and I'm going to round out the total time to an hour. We do have a lot more other items on our agenda to discuss, so 2 minutes a person, Some of you may take your full 2 minutes, some of you probably go less, so we'll get as many as we can within an hour. So we will go to 8:30. We'll cut it off at 8:30. Okay, so how we're going to do this, we're going to call 3 names at a time, and we'll have the first person come up and speak. If the second 2 can remain standing up in front, to the side is where we can get you up to the podium as quickly as possible. So Madam Clerk, can you call the first 3, please?
Sure. Juno Bates, Alicia Drevdahl, Lawrence Call. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Hello. Good evening, Paris City Council. I'm Juno. I'm also a member of Lorenzo Torres Club, and I'm going to read a statement on behalf of the Inland Empire Prism Collective, an organization that helps support and empower LGBTQ youth in the Inland Empire. They could not be here today, but they still want to express their solidarity with the movement for a ceasefire resolution. They state, and I quote, "Dear Mayor Michael Vargas and Paris City Council, this statement is on behalf of the Inland Empire Prism Collective. We are a community organization made up of LGBTQ young adults and youth across San Bernardino and Riverside counties. We are writing in solidarity with the local community in Paris to support a ceasefire resolution from the Paris City Council. We urgently call for the adoption of a sustained ceasefire in Gaza, provision of humanitarian aid, release of hostages, and strong condemnation of ethno-nationalism as well as anti-Semitic and Islamophobic attacks and rhetoric. The recent escalation of the tensions has deeply affected our community, and we believe it is crucial for local leadership to address these issues promptly and comprehensively. As an organization dedicated to inclusivity, justice, and peace, we endorse the ceasefire resolution and urge the Paris City Council to do whatever is within their power to advocate for a ceasefire in Gaza. As elected officials, you hold the power to influence policy at large. We urge the Paris City Council to put pressure on the U.S. congressional delegation to take specific actions concerning the conflict in Gaza. This includes asking the Biden administration to immediately facilitate a ceasefire and de-escalation, end the blockade on Gaza, and provide humanitarian assistance on the necessary scale. We also urge the Paris City Council to send copies of this resolution to various city councils, state representatives.
Sorry, Juno, your time's up. Thank you. Was it, folks, I know you want to applaud, but the quicker I can get the person up here, it lets more people speak. Was it, pronounce your first name again?
I'm Alicia.
Alicia?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm from Corona. I put that in my speech. Hi, I'm Alicia Drevdahl. I'm here in support of the city's ceasefire resolution in Palestine. First, I want to thank the council members for bringing this resolution to the table today, and I hope you keep it on the agenda. Palestinians have been victims of ethnic displacement for about 100 years now. An entire group of people are permanent refugees, while those who are able to remain face violent oppression. In Gaza, not only has Israel dropped bombs on homes, but on hospitals, churches, bakeries, farms for horse riding, and community parks. Every fun and meaningful activity of life is gone. Meanwhile, millions of dollars worth of humanitarian aid donated by people all over the world is blocked by Israel. This is not just a conflict or a war, but a genocide enacted by Israel on Palestinians. It is urgent that Congress steps in to end this, since the United States has a duty, as per the UN, to end genocide. So I urge you to pass the ceasefire resolution as per the Islamic Center of Paris, and without additional revisions, as to ensure immediate action by the City Council, California, and the federal government subsequently. Then finally, these people can begin to rebuild their communities and mourn their families in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you call the next 3, please?
After Lawrence, we'll have Hassan Rizvi, Gracie Torres, and Reina Ramirez Coten.
Hello, my name is Lawrence. I'm an organizer with the Lorenzo Torres Club. You might see us cleaning up the Lake Paris storm drain every month or so. I came here today, like many others, because I feel compelled by my conscience to support this resolution. It makes no sense to sit idly by while tens of thousands of people are murdered and maimed by munitions and ordnance our tax dollars are contributing to. Every year, our government grants $3.8 billion of aid to Israel. This price tag has exponentially increased with the introduction of $14 billion of aid. According to the US CPR, the annual combined contribution of Paris citizens to the State of Israel comes to about $660,000 a year. This is a conservative estimate. All the while, the issues we face here at home are only further developing, with homelessness in Riverside County increasing by 12% last year. If an economic argument for our local city council to support a ceasefire is needed, I would submit that the money and the resources spent on indiscriminately bombing women and children could be better utilized toward building solutions to the issues we face at home here in Paris and in the Inland Empire at large. But I would also be amiss to not mention the fact that the city council is presented with an opportunity today, an opportunity to affirm the pride of your city and citizenry, an opportunity to mark in the records of history that the city of Paris made a stand here today in this valley we call our home and chose to affirm their commitment to human life here and across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lawrence. Hassan?
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Hassan Rizvi. I'm 20 years old, and I'm a Pakistani American, and I'm a Muslim. I'm here standing in solidarity with all the people affected by this genocidal onslaught in Palestine. Today, I'm going to read an interview from The New Yorker with Seema Jilani, who is a pediatrician who has spent 2 weeks in Gaza. In the first few hours of my work, I treated an approximately 1-year-old boy. His right arm and right leg had been blown off by a bomb, and flesh was still hanging off the foot. He had a blood-stained diaper, which remained, but there was no leg below. I treated the baby while he lay on the ground. There were no stretchers available because all the beds had already been taken. Considering that many people were also trying to use the hospital as a shelter or a safe space for their families. Next to him, there was a man who was on his last breaths. He had actively been dying for the last 24 hours, and flies were already on him. All the while, a woman was brought in and was declared dead on arrival. This 1-year-old boy had blood pouring into his chest cavity. He needed a chest tube so he wouldn't asphyxiate on his own blood. But there were neither chest tubes nor blood pressure cuffs that were available in pediatric sizes. No morphine had been given in the chaos and wasn't even available. This patient in America would have immediately gone to the OR, but instead the orthopedic surgeon bandaged the stumps up and said he couldn't take him to the operating theater right now because there were more pressing emergencies. And I tried to imagine what was more pressing than a 1-year-old with no hand and no legs who was choking on his own blood. So that to me was symbolic of the impossible choices inflicted on the doctors of Gaza and how truly cataclysmic this situation is. Council members, my life has been characterized entirely by the shadow of the Iraq War, the war in Afghanistan, the global war on terror, and this occupation of Palestine, which is illegal. It is in rooms like these not unlike these, where people make decisions that are abstract to them, that fight terrorism. But this violence is close.
Thank you, Hassan. Gracie Torres?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Gracie Torres. You have a lot of very powerful voices today. I hope tonight you hear them. I just want to make it very clear of what your decision is today. If you vote yes on tonight's resolution, you'd be saying that the city of Paris calls for a ceasefire and a peaceful resolution to the ongoing conflict and humanitarian crisis in Gaza. You'd say that the city of Paris stands against all forms of hate, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and commits to the fostering of community of tolerance and understanding. If you vote yes, you'd be saying that finally it be acknowledged that the city advocates for the safety and dignity of all people, believing the peaceful dialogue and cooperation are fundamental to achieving lasting peace and respect for all humans. If you vote no, you are saying that the city of Paris does not call for a ceasefire and peaceful resolution to ongoing conflict and humanitarian crisis in Gaza. You'd be saying that the city does not stand against all forms of hate, including anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and commits to fostering a community of tolerance and understanding. You'd be saying that finally, it is not acknowledged that the city does not advocate for the safety and dignity of all people, believing that the peaceful dialogue and cooperation are fundamental in achieving lasting peace and respect for all humans. If you decide to not vote or abstain, you'd be saying that you have no position in a ceasefire and peaceful resolution and standing against all forms of hate and in acknowledging the safety and dignity of all people. I hope tonight you make the right decision. You listen to the people that are here telling powerful stories, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Call the next three, Madam Clerk.
After Reina, we have Abraham Kutin, Joseph Bagani, and Ana Gonzalez.
Ready? Okay. I'm a first-gen Mexican-American artist and historian from Pomona with fond memories of visiting family here in Paris. Years of research on the ongoing dismantling of Palestine have been a profound awakening for me. Raised in the church, my parents instilled in me Christian values that enabled me to recognize human rights issues. It is through the lens of my Christian upbringing that I have witnessed the greed and wickedness that fuels the destruction on the sanctity of life, and it has guided me to advocate for Palestine liberation. While I acknowledge that some individuals here tonight may feel powerless to make a difference at a local level, I implore you to summon the courage and compassion needed to support a ceasefire resolution. Just last week, in both Pomona and Montebello, community voices were successful in getting such resolutions passed. I am confident that Paris can as well. Remaining a bystander in this U.S. tax-funded genocide makes you complicit, and it will follow your careers for the rest of your lives. Ceasefire now.
Is Joseph and Anna, are you in the room? Are you Joseph? Yes. Anna? Are you going to speak? Please come on up. Can you call the next two after Anna?
Maha Rizvi and Fazia Rizvi.
Thank you. Okay, Joseph, right? I mean, Avraham. Avlan.
Good evening. My name is Avraham. I'm a Jewish American and the son of an Israeli. Some of my ancestors escaped the Holocaust. Many did not. The Israeli government is not in pursuit of the release of October 7th hostages. Rather, they are targeting and killing Palestinian civilians, a campaign of collective punishment. A plan for the total ethnic cleansing of over 2 million Palestinians is underway with the assistance of U.S. taxpayer funds. It is disgraceful, the antithesis of Jewish values, and it must stop. Many of the released hostages stated that they feared, while in captivity, Israel's bombs more than their captors. It is wildly absurd and disingenuous, given the scale of the bombings, that anyone can make the case that Israel is on a rescue mission. Israel does not speak for all Jews or Israelis. Many of the most outspoken demands for ceasefire include family members of hostages and victims of October 7th. They demand ceasefire. The tons of explosives already dropped on Gaza dwarf the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bombs several times over. This is absolutely accelerating climate change. Every few weeks, Israel's campaign represents another atomic bomb. It is not sustainable. In December, Israel killed 3 hostages attempting to be rescued. Israel's excuse is that they thought the hostages were Palestinian, confirming the orders are shoot to kill Palestinians. Just recently, Jewish and Palestinian students at Columbia University, standing together, pushing for a ceasefire, were the victims of a horrible chemical warfare attack from pro-Zionist extremists. Proof that what happens abroad impacts us here at home. It is also proof that Zionism is not Judaism. I have faced anti-Semitism my entire life, but some of the worst hatred I have faced recently were death threats to myself and my Jewish friends by Zionists. I call on you now not only to adopt a ceasefire resolution, but full divestment of Paris tax dollars for Israel. We are all tired of hearing that there is no money for health care, better education, or upgrades to infrastructure. The money is there, but it's going to Israel's military when it should be spent here at home. If you fail to pass a ceasefire and divestment resolution, you are complicit in tolerating genocide, environmental destruction, and harm to our community, a stain you will bear on your careers forever. Save yourself this moral embarrassment, do the right thing, or I assure you, you will be voted out and the community will find someone else to fill your seats. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, community.
My name's Ana Gonzalez. I represent CCAEJ. We are here today to urge you to adopt a ceasefire resolution in support of the Palestinian people and overall all human beings around the world. As residents of the Inland Valley and members of CCAJ, we believe it is our responsibility to speak out against injustice and advocate for well-being of all people. For too long, the Palestinian people have been subjected to dehumanization, violence, oppression at the hands of the Israeli government. The recent attacks on Gaza have once again highlighted the ongoing humanitarian crisis and the need for immediate action. It is not a war, but a genocide that has been going on for 75 years plus. As we have seen in our own community, refugees from all over the world have come together and supported each other, navigating life here in the U.S. They have stood up against xenophobia and Islamophobia, and it is now our turn to stand with them in solidarity against the injustices faced by brothers and sisters in Palestine that push people to migrate to other countries such as the U.S. The environmental impacts of the Israeli occupation on Palestine cannot be ignored. From the theft of land and resources to the dumping of raw sewage and toxic contaminants in the Palestinian towns and villages, this is a clear example of environmental apartheid. It is our duty to speak out against such unequal and destructive practices. Furthermore, to put it into perspective, 40% of our tax dollars are going towards funding wars. That's approximately $450 million of our tax dollars that come just from the Inland Empire alone. That can fix the roads. Therefore, I urge this city council to adopt the ceasefire resolution and take a stand against the ongoing genocide in Palestine. Free Palestine and stop.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and community members. My name is Fazia Rizvi, and as the first Muslim elected to public office in the Inland Empire, I urge you to vote yes on this resolution. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the next three speakers, please.
After Maha, it's Jamal Abdul Rahim, Ruby Pena, and Aaron.
Am I good?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Maha Rizvi, and I am the Regional Director for the California Democratic Party representing the City of Paris. Mayor Vargas, council members, and city staff, I want to thank you for considering this important resolution that directly impacts our community. This issue has been heavy on my heart, not just since October, but since 2009, the first time I joined a protest to protect Palestinian lives. Let me begin by sharing some statistics. Data for Progress found that 61% of likely voters, including majority Democrats 76%, independents 57%, and Republicans 49%, support the U.S. calling for a permanent ceasefire and de-escalation of violence in Gaza, and that is evident with those who are in this room. Many people believe achieving peace is through diplomacy, not indiscriminate bombing. Annually, the U.S. gives $3.8 billion to the Israeli military, $14 million in emergency fund this last December. Money that rightfully should be spent on healthcare, housing, schools, and to welcome and support refugees seeking safety. While our own community, including residents of Paris, are suffering from high cost of living, rising inflation, taxes, crushing student loan debt, and lower salaries, the federal government is providing resources for collective punishment. 61% of the population agree that this is not right. This is not right to starve our own country while supplying weapons to bomb another country. It is not right to have crumbling infrastructure while financing the destruction of Gaza. It is not right, which is why we urge you to take action. The city of Paris has a large and eclectic Palestinian community who attends the Paris Islamic Center. Many of your constituents who have lost family members in this humanitarian crisis while trying to go on with their daily lives here in Paris. Many watch with desperation as members of the media are being murdered for exposing the despair in Gaza. Today, I ask you to represent your community by hearing the call for a ceasefire. This body has adopted resolutions on a variety of issues impacting the community, including immigration, race, and equity, and diversity. Likewise, the crisis in Gaza directly impacts residents of Paris, and we ask that you stand up.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Some of you may know me. My name is Ruby Pena, and I am a lifetime resident of Paris. And I am here today to urge you guys to say yes to this resolution and pass a ceasefire in Gaza. A lot of us are asking, why are we here? But there are friends, acquaintances, people in our community who are being affected by this. And I ask you guys to be our voice, the voice of your constituents and the people of our community. And that's all I have to say. I'm going to keep it short. Ceasefire now.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jamal Abdurrahim. I am coming before you tonight, to urge you to vote yes on this resolution. As a Muslim American who has 28 years of government service, 3 in the U.S. Navy, 25 in the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Prisons. As a former prison chaplain, I know what incarceration is. The people of Gaza have been for decades now living in a vast outdoor prison. Now, the prison that they are living in, that they've been under siege within, is being bombed in an unprecedented campaign of carnage and slaughter. This is unsustainable. There is no way that a people who have anything resembling a moral compass could allow this to go on and be silent about it. Before we came into the chambers here, we were standing outside, talking with each other, joking, talking about the proceedings that were about to happen, and I thought about something. And this is something I've been able to not think about since October 7th and even before. If we were in Gaza, we wouldn't be able to stand like that. We would be targets for smart bombs and phosphorus bombs and other weapons that are outlawed by the Geneva Convention and the United Nations. We would be dead. We wouldn't be able to talk. Imagine what it's like for people in Gaza who live from moment to moment, not knowing if they're going to be blasted into their next life because of a bomb, whether either in their homes or even the hospitals or mosques or churches or other places of worship. They don't know from minute to minute if they're going to live. And then imagine, in addition to the children who've been murdered, men and women as well, imagine those who survive. Imagine the trauma that's going to be with them for the rest of their lives.
Thank you. Please call the next 3.
After Aaron, we have Grant Ashley, Muhammad Ali, Fadi Balut.
Hello, my name is Aaron. I'm a member of the Lorenzo Torres Club, and I'm reading a statement on behalf of the Jewish Voice for Peace, Los Angeles. As the Los Angeles chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace, Los Angeles urges all local governments in our region, including the City Council of Paris, to pass and disseminate widely, including the President Biden and our elected members of Congress, resolutions supporting an immediate ceasefire and ongoing Israeli assault on Gaza. In endorsing the Paris City Council call for a ceasefire, JVP-LA knows that these 3 crucial truths. The first is that the current Israeli state attack on Gaza is but one moment in the continuing Nakba or catastrophe inflicted on Palestinians by the Israeli state from the state's founding in 1948. And second, this particular moment of the ongoing Nakba, we at Jewish Voice for Peace LA bear witness in real time to genocidal acts by the Israeli state. The third truth is that we affirm that the unconscionable actions of the Israeli state in Gaza are funded and supported by our own U.S. government, which annually gives $3.8 billion in aid to the Israeli military. Never again. JVP-LA knows that the lesson of the Holocaust is never again for all of us. Jewish safety must never be at the expense of the oppression of anyone else, and Jewish safety can only be achieved through collective liberation, not through militarism or by building separation walls. These are the bases and reasons that the Jewish Voice for Peace Los Angeles welcomes all actions by the Paris City Council in support of the ceasefire now. As Jews, we say, not in our name, let Gaza live.
Thank you.
My name is Grant Ashley. My family has lived in Paris since the 1980s. I'm African American and German American, but the issue here today cuts deeper than race, religion, or geography. It's in the very American ethos itself to be an advocate for justice. But the United States contradicts its ethos by offering military, financial, and diplomatic support for the state of Israel because the state of Israel consistently commits injustices by violating human rights and international law. Before October 7th, the United Nations legal experts said that Israel is an apartheid state, that its blockade of Gaza was collective punishment, that it's dividing a wall in occupied Palestinian territory, and the proliferation of Israeli settlements all violate international law. Yet, America's unholy alliance with Israel is a moral catastrophe at this moment due to South Africa's claim at the International Court of Justice. In December, South Africa filed a complaint in the ICJ claiming that Israel has intended to commit genocide, committed genocide, and failed to punish the incitement of genocide by Israelis, violating the Genocide Convention. Last week, the court said that South Africa's case is plausible, that Israel might be committing genocide. The court ruled there is a real and imminent risk that a genocide will occur before it gives its final decision. The court granted South Africa's request for provisional measures. This is relevant to Americans because America is a signatory to the United Nations Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, and all signatory nations have to take action to prevent and punish genocide. It's their moral and contractual duty. Due to the serious plausibility that Israel is committing genocide against Palestinians, it is imperative that we unequivocally call for a ceasefire and an end to the siege of Gaza. This is not a matter of evidence. This is a matter of morals, courage, and doing what we can. So I assure you, your vote today will reveal your level of humanity and not just simply your political preference.
Thank you. Call the next three, please. You're Mohammed?
My name is Muhammad Ali. Good evening, everybody.
Hold on, Mohammed.
After Muhammad, we have Fadi Balu, and then Ghulam Ali, Alexandro Mesa, and Muhammad Yasir Mahmoud.
Okay, sir, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Muhammad Ali. I stand in front of you asking you to support the resolution calling for a ceasefire. Dr. Martin Luther King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And late President Reagan said that a killing of a child is not avenged by the killing of more children. And what I'm asking you is Palestinian people are human beings and they have rights too. I'm asking you to stand with them and tell the world that Palestinian life matters too. They're just as good as anybody else. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I have been a member of the Paris Islamic Center for 2 decades. This is not a political issue. To side with the starving children, the innocent women, the helpless elderly, to side with Palestine, to demand a ceasefire unequivocally is to side with humanity. To meander on this matter any further is to be complicit with the ethnic cleansing that has gone on for 3/4 of a century since the expulsion and eradication of 800,000 plus Palestinians since the 1940s Nakba. Genocide should never be tolerated. Women, children, elderly, and innocent are not to be viewed as collateral. They are not to be treated as pawns. Our blood is not cheap. It is more valuable than the oil they desire from our lands. We demand a ceasefire. We demand a reprimand for the uncountable destruction, bloodshed, and trauma that the apartheid state of Israel has inflicted upon the Palestinians, the very same followers of Jesus who have been following him for 2,000 years. We demand a ceasefire from every God-conscious, moral, sane human being. To do otherwise is to be complicit in this evil, to being a hypocrite. For their blood is on your hands, for you fund it with our tax dollars. No more! For you, if you do not agree to a ceasefire, how can you sleep at night knowing that you are responsible for not only making children orphans and women widows, but by dehumanizing them in the process and making them go to bed hungry and shivering cold without access to medicine or education? I ask you to not be a hypocrite, to not be complicit in murder. Take the side of humanity. Think about what Jesus, the loving, the healer, would do. We know as his followers what we would do. He would, in his all compassionate mercy, agree to a ceasefire. We ask of you all to do the same. Thank you.
Good evening. Many of us are here today
Can you
because-
please state your name so we make sure?
Yes, my name is Alexandro.
Alex, okay.
Many of us are here today because business as usual is only going to distract us from the terror and the crimes which we will continue to fund as long as we ignore them. I present to the Council of this historic and cosmopolitan city to which I am dedicated to uncovering and honoring its history, and to you, Mayor Vargas, these things to consider. As an affluent nation with the world's largest military, with the world's largest contractors to feed it, we are collectively responsible for at least speaking out if our government hands those resources to an ally who is actually bent on their gross abuse. The military of the State of Israel is using their blank check to lay waste to a piece of besieged land with 2 million inhabitants. Gaza City is twice as densely populated as the city of Los Angeles proper. These bombings are done by American aircraft like F-16s. They are generally done with American-made munitions like Mark 82 bombs. They range from 500 to 2,000 pounds, bunker busters, which have all been given by our government in the name of defending the population of the State of Israel. But from whom? How do these weapons really get used? Flares are used as incendiary devices to burn and choke out civilians. Those 2,000-pound bombs are dropped in the middle of boulevards and used against rows of apartments. How on God's earth can we in this era allow anyone, let alone our supposed allies, to blast and surround an area so badly that they would take mankind back into this darkness? I am speaking of returning to the urban devastation, the targeting and the starving of civilians, which on this scale has not been seen since the siege of Leningrad, since the Warsaw Uprising. Why should any population on God's green earth have to endure it? The nations which once fought wars with Israel, Egypt, Jordan, they're now supposed to be allies of the West as well, and their armies will not act against what they see. So we must ask ourselves questions about this in order to see any differences manifest. Many Americans are already trying to live their lives understanding how we can move beyond the mistakes of other generations, although we live on land where atrocities have taken place. We are all human beings who tend to value our homes, our prized possessions, and the families that we raise. And if
Thank you, Alex. Your time's up. You call the next 3 speakers, please.
Abdallah Jadala, Aliyah Munir, Kevin Mesa.
Good evening. My name is Mohammed Yasser Mahmoud. I want to quickly start off with a couple of historical quotes, if I can. This one by Ze'ev Jabotinsky, who was one of the foremost Zionist leaders, said, "Zionist colonization must either be terminated or carried out in defiance of the will of the native population." Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, said, "We must expel Arabs and take their places." He further goes on saying, "The growing power in the country will increase our possibilities to carry out a large transfer," referring to the transfer of Arabs out of Palestine. And finally, he says, "The Arabs of the land of Israel have one function left, to run away." This is the first prime minister of Israel. This is not something brand new. Israel was founded specifically for the reason of taking over what is there. Everything I recited to you was spoken either years before the establishment of Israel or in its infancy. There was no Hamas. There was no concept of West Bank or Gaza. I was speaking with someone before today. I was gathering up the evidence and I was trying to make a point. And they said something interesting to me. They said, "They don't care about your evidence." I said, "What? Why wouldn't they? They already have their minds made up." I would hate to stand here in front of a council that has their minds made up already. All of us are standing here. We brought time out of our day to make a point. And if you choose to refuse this motion, then it shows you what the power of our constituency is. If you choose to abstain, we didn't put you there to abstain from this. We put you there to make a decision that we are calling for. So I'm hoping after 80 years of this, we've been funding this movement for 80 years, and nothing has fixed. Everything's still going the exact same way it is. Something is wrong with the system. So I'm hoping tonight could be a step forward for us here in this community. Let's begin to take back these mistakes. Let's correct the mistakes that were made 80 years ago. We just want people to stop dying. Ceasefire Palestine. Thank you very much.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Abdullah Jadallah, and I am the director of the Paris Islamic Center. Through my involvement with this Paris Islamic Center, I've had the wonderful opportunity to collaborate with many of you. To my knowledge, there are over 15 Palestinian families that reside in the city of Paris. These families are of Muslim and Christian background. They immigrated to the United States when their families were forcibly displaced by the Israeli government. These families eventually settled in Paris, where they flourished, owning local businesses and shopping centers in our region. Many of these families, including my family, are here today to urge the city of Paris in calling for a ceasefire. What we have been seeing for the past 100 days is a horrifying act of aggression against a population of mostly women and children. 70% of those who have passed away are women and children. This aggression is barbaric and completely unjustifiable. Please note, many of our families here today were expelled from their own lands in the West Bank, not Gaza, where there is no Hamas. The excuse of Hamas has absolutely no basis in the bombing and starvation of over 2 million civilians. And I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aliyah Munir. Thank you for having me today. I am a resident of Paris calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Palestinians have long suffered, but in the last 115 days, it has been unimaginable. As of today, over 30,000 Palestinians have been murdered, with 20,000 of them being women and children. A statistic I learned recently is 2 mothers are killed every hour. That's 48 mothers in a day, and in total, 6,000 are dead. The mothers are there to teach their children how to walk and talk, but now they are teaching their children how to ration out their food, their water amongst their siblings, how to recognize the noise between a tear gas and missiles and white phosphorus, how to recognize the screams of their siblings in case they're stuck under rubble, and most importantly, how to survive without their parents. These children are being killed every 15 minutes. That's 11,000 children killed so far, meaning 33% are from Israeli targets that are towards children. Due to the blockade of aid, surgeries are performed without anesthesia for lost limbs, face disfigurement, popped blood vessels in the eyes. These children's only wish is to have clean water to drink, a peaceful night's sleep, warm clothing to survive in the winter, and ultimately to return home. Imagine these children being your relatives, your siblings, your family members. The time to act is now. We ask for you to stand with humanity by standing with Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the next 3 speakers, please.
Veronica Benson, Jasif Kambar, Shaheen Nasser.
Hello, Mayor and honorable members. My name is Kevin. I'm here representing a Paris resident, my sister and brother-in-law who couldn't be here because of work. I'm here advocating for the immediate ceasefire resolution put up by the Islamic Center of Paris and an end to the illegal occupation of Palestine that in the past 24 hours alone has 215 Palestinians have been murdered by the Zionist occupation and 300 have been injured. That means that well over 30,000 people with names, dreams, likes, wants, and families have been wrongfully murdered and taken from this earth by the Israeli occupation forces. There are countless people still stuck under the rubble and countless injured. Children without anesthesia are getting limbs removed. It is an atrocity. I can see that above this chamber it says, "In God we trust." And I'm not a very religious person. I'm not religious at all, actually. But I believe Allah would want a ceasefire. I think that God and his Palestinian son, Jesus, would call for a ceasefire. Thank you for hearing your constituents, and I hope you do the right thing. Free Palestine and end the occupation.
Hello, my name is Veronica Benson, and I am a Jewish American, and I am speaking on behalf of If Not Now, Los Angeles. Dear Mayor and City Council members, we as Jews raise our voices to urge the Paris City Council to pass the resolution that calls for an immediate ceasefire and end to the current violence in Gaza, the release of all hostages, the unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, the restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies to Gaza, and an end to the Israeli siege of Gaza. Some of us are the children and grandchildren of Holocaust survivors. We firmly reject the idea that calling for peace in Palestine and Israel is anti-Semitic. Condemning the actions of the most right-wing government in Israel's history as it carries out ethnic cleansing does not amount to a condemnation of the Israeli people themselves. Indeed, our call for a ceasefire is also rooted in our care for Israelis, many of whom are friends and family members of our community. Tellingly, some families of hostages are also calling for a ceasefire and for an everyone for everyone hostage for prisoner exchange because they understand that continued war puts the safety of them and their kidnapped relatives at risk. Additionally, the idea that this resolution does not express concern for the lives of Israelis is plainly false. The resolution specifically mentions the need for a ceasefire in order to facilitate the release of Israeli hostages. If not now, in Southern California, Jews, including myself, stand for justice. If our city council cannot call for an end to the unjust killing of over 10,000 children, how can they claim to represent the values of their constituents? We demand that our city council supports the proposed resolutions and calls for a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Good evening and peace be upon you. My name is Yusuf Kanbar. Members of the council, thank you for meeting with us tonight, and thank you to all the community members who came out tonight to speak. I am a master's student researching intercultural and international communication, and I'm here to urge you to call for a ceasefire. A ceasefire is not enough. It is the bare minimum, but it's the least you could do. It doesn't call for the right to return for the Palestinian people. It doesn't call for the state of Israel to be held accountable for blatantly ignoring international law. Instead, it calls for an end of the killing, destruction, and murder of innocent civilians, women, and children. I urge you, please, to call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you call the next three, please?
Junaid Gafar, Nick Barbu, Stephanie Sawyer.
Respected Mayor and City Council members, my name is Shaheen Nassar. I am a representative of the Council on American-Islamic Relations. I wanted to share some information. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the state of South Africa, a nation that knows more than anyone about racial oppression, has taken Israel to the World Court on the grounds of genocide. The International Court of Justice just issued its near unanimous preliminary findings that the accusation of genocide is credible and commanded Israel to do what amounts to a commandment to halt its genocidal activities. And in addition to this, what relates to that is some of the violence that we're seeing here. A few months ago, a 6-year-old Palestinian child was murdered, stabbed to death 26 times by his assailant. In Gaza, there are more than 11,000 children Palestinians who have died, and in addition to 14,000 men and women. Your silence and failure to issue a condemnation to this ongoing genocide not only allows genocide to remain unimpeded, but it also emboldened violence against Palestinian communities here among your constituency. Kher Allah has seen a dramatic increase in anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, and anti-Palestinian hate crimes. We should not only be voting for a ceasefire resolution, what we should also be voting for is a divestment resolution to make sure that the city's resources never contribute to the extermination of a people and to apartheid racism. In case you also weren't aware, Human Rights Watch, as well as Amnesty International, have designated Israel as an apartheid state, a state that practices racial and ethnic segregation. It is your moral duty to vote yes on this ceasefire resolution, and hopefully in the future, to have a divestment resolution to make sure that this wonderful city's resources are never contribute to mass murder and the extermination of a people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nick Barbin. Excuse me, I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but because of my background, someone said I should say something. And so I'm here to support the ceasefire of this genocide. I can't call it a war. My background is that I am just retired 26 years from the United States military. I've conducted many operations throughout those years in those regions of the Middle East. First half of that as active duty Army and as a soldier on the ground there, fighting terrorist forces and evil forces in our world. And the second half of that as being a United States Air Force member, active duty, assigned to elite units, special operations units, and drones. I was part of the drone operations. So I have a lot of experience and background and over 3,000 hours of missions and sorties in those areas and other undisclosed locations, where I know for a fact that Israel is not abiding by the rules of warfare. There's something that we study and learn and do and train in every single day, and is the law of armed conflict. And this is what Israel is not abiding by not by a long shot. And what they're doing is basically textbook operations for genocide and mass cleansing. They're not abiding by any type of rules of warfare. They're using a shotgun blast approach instead of a scalpel, where our United States military as professionals use a scalpel, and we have advanced technology, which they also have, and they know better. They also have this technology, but we have drones and smart bombs and missiles where we can put lasers and designate exact personnel and targets. And even in that, because we have a conscience and our troops have a conscience, it would still hurt us when we know these are 100% evil terrorists, but we still took them out, and we did it without any collateral damage. Israel is not doing this. They're taking out everything else but Hamas, women, children, churches, Catholic churches, convents, mosques, hospitals, and everything else. So we call for ceasefire now. Ceasefire now.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Junaid, and I'm in the 5th grade. I want everyone to live in peace. Kids in Palestine should have a normal life as they deserve. Please, no more children being killed. Benjamin Netanyahu is committing fatal crimes such as genocide, and you guys have the power to stop it. Thank you, everyone here, for your time.
Thank you. Call the next 3 speakers, please.
Ab Khan, Douglas Corona, Dina Camel.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Sawyer. I'm here to voice support for Agenda F and want to reiterate that this is a local issue that affects all of us, and that 10,000 children were killed in just 100 days, and that number has since risen. Every day it is rising, and this does not affect only children, of course, but the unimaginable rate of the violence and the magnitude of suffering is something that I believe must compel us all to take action at all levels, in every position that we have, and at all levels of government. Especially when this grotesque violence is being carried out using our tax dollars. I also want to reiterate that this did not begin over the last few months. Just want to say also that as of August 2023, 34 Palestinian children in the West Bank were killed by Israeli forces. Even one child is too much. And yes, I just want to say, as long as there is apartheid and this brutal occupation, this will continue. Please, ceasefire now. Thank you.
Hello, council members. I spend a lot of my mornings these days on Instagram looking at video after video of unimaginable horror taking place in Palestine. There are mothers holding the corpses of their dead infants in their arms. There are children who are missing parts of their skulls. There's entire buildings completely destroyed, left with nothing but rubble. This call for a ceasefire, this resolution, is not some kind of magic pill or magic bullet that will solve what's happening overseas, but it is a signal not only to all the members of this city of Paris, but also to people around the world that these things that are happening right now are not okay. And that the people who are living within these cities who feel afraid for the dehumanization taking place against Arabs, Palestinians, Muslims, Jews, against innocent human beings, that terror that lives within all of these citizens is something that you can voice your opposition to. I urge you to support this resolution for a call for a ceasefire. I urge you to think about those families and those innocent people who are suffering right now. And I urge you to think of all the voters who are going to be thinking of these things for many, many years to come. They will not forget. We will not forget. I hope you do the right thing today. Thank you.
Good evening, all. Oops. Hopefully I'm not too loud. My name is Douglas Corona. I'm a parent, a longtime Paris resident, a teacher, and currently the board president for the Paris Elementary School District. My message is clear. I want to make sure we are setting a safe space and a welcoming environment for the victims of the genocide in Gaza. And I believe a yes vote to the resolution takes a step in that direction. Even Stevie Wonder can see this as a genocide. Elie Wiesel, a Holocaust survivor and writer, said, "We must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. Sometimes we must interfere when human lives are endangered, when human dignity is in jeopardy, national borders and sensitivities become irrelevant." I am an English teacher, and I know the importance of semantics. If we are ambiguous in our stance, we are not identifying the issue, and then can't fix it. My goal is for when Palestinian children begin showing up in our community and our schools, they feel welcome and not judged or persecuted. I don't want to see caveats next to the statement that we agree on of why we got into this mess. But historically, Paris has been a welcoming place for all walks of life, and that includes child refugees. After the Syrian conflict, we received an influx of Syrian children in our classrooms. In the 80s, California schools received the child victims of the Cambodian genocide. And we know what happened after the Holocaust as well. We received the victims as well. So let's continue with our culture of welcoming refugees. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the next three speakers, please.
Xochitl Flores, Jonathan Lopez, and Deceit Trumbau.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Dina Kamel, and I'm speaking as a member of the Islamic Center of Paris. Although I'm not Palestinian, many of my most beloved friends are from Palestine. But you don't have to have any connection to Palestine to be against the ceasefire. On December 12th, an overwhelming majority of the United Nations General Assembly, exactly 153 countries, voted for a ceasefire. Unfortunately, the US voted no. Last week, the International Court of Justice ruled that Israel is committing genocide and ordered them to stop all genocidal actions, speech, and open ports for humanitarian aid, and gave them 30 days to do so. We are now within that 30-day period, and Israel is in full open defiance of every single one of those orders. But why should Israel listen to any of those entities as long as the United States is generously giving billions of our tax dollars for military aid, aiding and destroying a population of 1.1 million children, aiding and wiping out entire family trees, aiding and murdering 25,000 plus civilians and counting? How many more tens of thousands of civilians have to die, starve, suffer, or live in the agony of losing everything beloved to them? As long as our country is silent and doesn't put an ounce of pressure on Israel to stop the killing, they will continue. Every state, every city, every vote matters. Your vote right now is a matter of life or death. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, ﷺ, said, "Whoever of you sees wrong being committed, let him change it with his hand. If he is unable to do that, then with his tongue. And if he is unable to do that, then with his heart, or to hate it in his heart. I have my tongue and you have your hand. Vote ceasefire now."
Good evening, everyone. My name is Xochitl Flores, and I am the Associate Director of Centro del Inmigrante. I come before you as a resident of the Inland Empire and, above all, a human being. First of all, I want to thank you and commend you for putting this on the agenda. It is difficult to know when we will have to answer for when we are in the middle of a historic event. Each of you have a hand in the driving force that will determine the course of destiny, not just for the city of Paris, but the nation. It is a tremendous responsibility, and it is in these moments that your decisions will mark the course to come. I understand that this is a topic that has been controversial for a long time, and suddenly we're all being forced to stop turning a blind eye to it. Demanding a ceasefire is not an attack on the Jewish community and not even an attack on Israel. That is not a statement of my stance on Zionism. It is merely a statement of fact. What it is a chance to allow people to survive, to give a chance to them to rebuild, to breathe, to find and mourn the multitudes already lost. It isn't easy to foresee what context our present will be viewed in when it is written in the history books. But I would like to ask all of you to be aware at this moment of where you are sitting, because one day you will be asked what it is that you said in the face of genocide. You will all have the burden of being on record. Unlike many of us, you do not have the privilege of anonymity. I urge you to consider what you will have to answer for in the future. Demand a ceasefire. Help us begin to correct the stance this country has taken so far in that support of that genocide abroad. The people have shown up in support of Palestine in solidarity. Please allow the people to be your acting conscience. Take a step towards saving lives, a culture and a race of peoples that have every bit as much a right to live and breathe as we do. Thank you.
Can you call the last two speakers after this one?
Desit Trembell, Sama Haqqani, Logan B., Gilbert A.
Ready? Thank you. Good evening, City Council and Mayor Vargas. I am here today as a resident of the City of Paris and an organizer with the Inland Empire Democratic Socialists of America to urge the city to pass the ceasefire resolution on the agenda for your consideration today. The people of Gaza have been suffering under the brutal occupation of settler colonial Israel for decades, and their living conditions have only been made worse in the past few months. With over 30,000 people murdered, the international community has already largely called for an end to the genocide of Palestinians, and as the governing body of the City of Paris, we must stand in solidarity with Palestinians. The struggle of Palestinians is one of human rights and the freedom to live a life of dignity. And if we cannot stand for humanity now, we will all fall together. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Desit Trembell.
Who else was there?
Sama Haqqani, Logan B., and Gilbert A.
Good evening. My name is Sema. I'm a community member and employee of Riverside County and member of Inland Empire Against Empire. I am here in support of an immediate ceasefire and peaceful resolution to the war in Gaza. Today marks day 115 of the current war, over 75 years of illegal apartheid occupation of Palestine, and 18 years of the Israeli blockade and siege on Gaza, where international law and sanctity of life has been blatantly disregarded by Israel and the U.S. government, financially and militarily aiding and abetting Israel's human rights violations and illegal policies, including genocide, apartheid, use of chemical weapons, and ethnic cleansing. 30,000 Palestinians killed, including 10,000 children, along with hundreds of Israeli hostages that have been abandoned for dead by the indiscriminate bombing campaign. I speak on behalf of fetuses killed in their bombed mothers' wombs before they're even born, the children who've lost their entire family, who will never know their own names, people permanently paralyzed by the rubble of their own homes, men kidnapped, numbered, and executed, the worshippers bombed and sniped within historical mosques and churches, hundreds of thousands left homeless, living their day-to-day lives, searching for food and shelter, entire bloodlines wiped from civil registries, the refugees bombed in their tents, the dead who cannot even rest in peace as they're bulldozed from their graves by occupying Israeli army, the journalists with targets on their back who film these horrors for the rest of us to watch, the prisoners held indefinitely in Israeli prisons, and the Palestinians forever traumatized by ongoing Israeli violence that we fund with our taxpayer money, and every Palestinian whose voices are not being heard by those in power. So I urge you to vote yes for a ceasefire as in alignment with what majority of Americans are begging for, to end the slaughter and divest the hundreds of millions in taxpayer money spent on Israel's genocidal policies by our communities, to instead redirect that much needed money toward our communities instead. I urge you to be on the right side of history and support for a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gilbert Aguirre. I am a educator in Riverside County. I've come to support a ceasefire and the liberation of Palestine. We are alive during a genocide where the large United States government is hungry for war and children's blood. You guys sitting up there have more power than I do to stop this, and there's another 50 people outside still who came to show their support. Over 10,000 children have been killed, elderly have been shot and killed with sniper rifles. Churches, hospitals, universities have been leveled. This is a genocide, and while children are playing outside of this hall right now, I urge you guys to vote yes to support this ceasefire. I am now sharing a poem written by Rifat Alir, who was killed by the Israeli occupying forces shortly after writing this. If I must die, you must live to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings. Make it white with a long tail so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze, and bid no one farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite, my kite you made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a story. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the time's up, but I'm gonna allow for one more speaker. Did you want to speak, sir? Come on up.
My name is Shadi Awad. Good evening, Mayor Vargas, City Council members and staff. I'm a Palestinian American and live in Riverside. Me and my family have a lot of investments in the city of Paris. Over 27,000 people have been killed in the genocide of Palestinian people, with over 68,000 injured. If you add those numbers combined, that's the total people for the city of Paris. City of Paris has, if you add everybody up, about 95,000 people, give or take. So this is very passionate for me, obviously. I didn't expect to speak or see a lot of people here. Obviously, you guys are a diverse community. So it's good to see a diverse community when you're looking at a diverse community. 40% of the Gaza population are under the 14 years old. Over 10,000 children have been killed by Israel. A quote from Neil Postman: "Children are the living messages we send to a time we will not see." We will not see this next, what our kids do. But we raise them and hope that what they do is a symbol and a reflection of us. Every life is precious. You know, respect for human life extends beyond differences in race, gender, religion, or any other characteristic. It involves acknowledging the shared humanity that unites us all. You know, March 10 is the start of the holy month of Ramadan. We all pray that this ends ASAP. You know, one day is enough. We're on day 115. We see the American flag and we stand up and we say, with liberty and justice for all. This is your opportunity to give justice for all. Thank you. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Okay, that'll conclude our public comments. I'm going to revert back to Councilman Rab.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vargas. I'll defer my comments until Councilman Corona has an opportunity to speak.
Okay, Councilman Corona?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, before we proceed, I do want to acknowledge that there were 3 letters that were provided to the council at the dais. One from Avraham Kauton, one from Jewish Voice for Peace, and one for If Not Now, Los Angeles, just for the record.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Corona?
Okay, it's going to be kind of a long thing, but yeah, I guess we'll get started. So I know that this topic in particular is a sensitive issue to many in our community. I'm not just talking about people in our community, but people around the world are dealing with it. And it's not just people of Palestinian descent, not just people of the Islamic faith, because as mentioned, there are many Palestinians who are of many faiths. So, I'm gonna be honest. I know that's probably a topic that maybe some of our colleagues probably didn't want to come up. I know it's an issue that's kind of spreading around throughout the country and stuff like that. And most jurisdictions are just taking the stance of, hey, if we just stay out of it, it's better. But I was approached by our residents here in our community, some from the Islamic Center and some that aren't, and because this issue does affect everybody. So I do want to mention, though, that it was mentioned in the staff report that I was the one that brought it up, which is true, but it was at their direction, and I think that those residents do deserve the credit. I just as a council member, I do serve the residents of Paris and our diverse residents of Paris. But I do want to thank our staff for working with the Islamic Center, for drafting it up. I know it's not an easy thing. I know what we have is something that we worked with them. I'd imagine that there are some amendments that we might make, and I'm open to those amendments. I do know what happens around the world can affect our residents here in Paris, but one doesn't have to be directly involved in the issue to be impacted by it, by the devastation and destruction and the atrocities that are happening in Gaza. I'm proud that the city of Paris has, on occasion, taken a stance on humanitarian issues in our nation that are dealing with our nation that can affect our residents here. In 2020, we voted to call racism a public health crisis, and several times we supported and opposed several immigration bills throughout the years that would affect many of our residents here in Paris. Those are just a couple examples, and also I'm very proud that we were the first city to honor our diversity and unity by being the first in the nation to construct a mother language monument, which I'm very proud of. But it's been 115 days, as mentioned. 115 days since the current levels of violence has erupted. That's 115 days of over 26,000 innocent lives being lost, 70% of being women and children. More than twice as many have been injured. 500,000 buildings destroyed, including homes, schools, Christian churches, mosques, United Nations facilities, hospitals, universities, civilian infrastructures, and oddly enough, shamefully enough, even cemeteries and graves have been desecrated to go along with the hundreds of centuries years old of olive orchards and citrus orchards that are so vital to the economy for the people in that part of the world. The death also includes over 80 journalists, 100 UN staff members, and as of now, over a million, close to 2 million people have been displaced. So food and water are scarce, and disease and starvation levels increase each day. So every day it goes on, it gets worse and worse. I know here we are 115 days after, and we are just calling for a ceasefire resolution to vote on. But I don't think it's ever too late or too soon. You know, a few weeks ago, we celebrated the life of Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King. And I think it's important to look to people like that with their wisdom. As he stated, the time is always right to do the right thing. So a ceasefire resolution has been done by several cities around the country and state, Atlanta, Detroit, Seattle, San Francisco, to name a few, and some as recently as Pomona has recently done it. But none by any city in the Inland Empire, anywhere in the Inland Empire. We are the first to even be voting on this. So you know, as the great activist Zach De La Rocha would say, it has to start somewhere. It has to start sometime. What better place than here? What better time than now? We heard tonight, and I want to thank all the speakers. And I was actually waiting to hear some opposing speakers, but unfortunately, there's none. Unfortunately, I guess. But we've heard from many diverse groups of organizations, people of different faiths, environmental groups, faith groups. Just recently, from immigration groups such as TODEC, which is an immigration group here that deals with immigration issues. And what's interesting also is that we also heard from prominent Jewish organizations who are calling on us to want peace for those being affected, which also includes the people of Israel. right? A ceasefire is ceasefire for everybody. We want peace for everybody. So this resolution, which was drafted by our staff and input by our community members, does not have us pick sides. It doesn't ask us to hold anyone accountable. We know it may not be an easy path to peace, and we know also that as a mediocre-sized city of Paris, that the resolution might have little effect. But I think the least thing we could do is to be a city that promotes peace. And also invoking Dr. King's message again, peace is not merely a distant goal that we seek, but a means by which we arrive at that goal. I'm happy to make amendments that would make the majority of our council satisfied with the resolution. I know that I'm happy to make to bring some amendments myself after hearing my colleagues. So it's important what the ceasefire does, and also what it doesn't do. So I'm very happy that it doesn't have us pick sides. It does have us just call for peace and a ceasefire, which is what, as of today, most Americans are calling for. So I do support this resolution with amendments because I think it's the very least that we can do. And I support this resolution because, as Nobel recipient Albert Camus stated, peace is the only war waging. And I also support this resolution because my role as an elected official and my faith calls me to do it. Because as Matthew 5:9 states, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. But thank you. That's all I have right now.
Councilwoman Rogers, or Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me. Councilman Rab?
Yes, I want to first start off by thanking all the speakers for coming out and speaking today. Your passion was duly noted. My one concern with the structure of how this ordinance or this resolution is currently structured is there's no commemoration of the individuals that were killed on October 7th in terms of the Jewish side. And so in doing my due diligence, the agenda packet came out Thursday afternoon, and I'd been in talks with members of the Islamic Center. So I reached out with individuals of the Jewish faith. I talked to one of my coworkers. I talked to a defense attorney who is of the Jewish faith. And I also reached out with representatives from Temple Bethel, and they made it point clear that they were not representing the temple. They were merely speaking as Jewish individuals. So I spoke with them over the weekend, and one present point that an individual made from Temple Bethel is the fact that we don't even mention the fact that Hamas committed the 10/7 attacks is in effect itself anti-Semitic. And I'm not here to agree or disagree with that, but you ask one side, they have a point, another side has a point, and quite frankly, I believe that the city of Paris should focus on local matters and not involve itself in matters that are outside of the locus of its control.
Folks,
Do not
I need to-
believe-
we gave your time to speak, now you need to, if you do not be quiet, I'm gonna have you removed from this chambers. I gave you all an opportunity to speak, let the council people speak as well now.
And my point is, if we were to make the changes in the ordinance or the resolution, no one will be happy. We should focus on local issues. The city of Paris, a medium-sized city of 80,000 people, should not get in the habit of issuing edicts regarding complex foreign policy matters that are outside of its control. So I'll be voting no on this resolution. Thank you.
Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem Rogers.
First and foremost, I want to thank all of the speakers that came out and poured out your heart to us this evening. And I also want you to know that I support world peace and do not condone the killing of innocent civilians of any nationality. I was elected to serve all the residents of Paris, so therefore I do have concerns about the resolution on tonight's agenda, as it only has input from the Islamic Center and none from Rabbi Singer and the Jewish community. Excuse me? Rabbi Singer has not commented on this. She has not seen it. And according to facts by cities, the religious breakdown of the city of Paris is 1.02% Jewish, and 0.57% Islam. So the ratio of Jewish to Islam is approximately 2 to 1. As I serve all of the citizens of this city, their input is very vital to my decision-making, and that is my concern with the resolution that's been drafted tonight. There's no input, there's no mention of the Israelis that have died in this attack as well. And because all of the community has elected me, I report to the citizens of the city, every single one of them.
Please keep it down.
I have sat here for 25 years. Please don't tell me I don't care. I wouldn't be here if I didn't care. I've been a...
Please keep it down, or I'm going to have you removed. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think I'm talking to people who don't really want to hear, so I'm finished.
Councilwoman Alva?
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I'd like to thank the public for voicing their concerns tonight. My point is very clear. As a mother, as an elected official, as a human being, I strongly believe that it is my duty to move forward with this resolution, along with the amendments that Councilman Corona has brought up tonight for a ceasefire and peaceful resolution. And those are the comments I have for tonight. Thank you.
I have no idea what amendments he's made. He hasn't made any amendments. But Councilman Corona, you're back on.
If I may add to that, Mayor, I know he's the one who brought up this resolution. So the fact that how it stands, I'm very for it. And I believe its bottom line is calling for a peaceful resolution. And he did, in fact, mention what points he'd like to add, but I would go ahead and revert back to Councilmember Corona if he could reiterate those points. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a problem doing that, but I do want to say something first of all, guys. This is the first city that's brought in this up, right? A lot of you guys are coming from other cities that haven't even brought this up because I gotta be frank, they're not even, those council wouldn't even listen to it. So I think it's important, although I might not agree with my colleagues, it's important that I at least respect their decision. And we just kind of just go with that. I think we could be civil. I know I've spoke to many of you guys, and you guys are some of the nicest people that I've ever met. So it's important that we continue to be civil. But I guess I did kind of bring up some amendments. I do appreciate the amendment from Councilman Rabb, and well, I don't know if it's an amendment, but if it's something that makes it more that would satisfy it, I do agree that perhaps we should mention, because it's a ceasefire for everybody, right? We want peace for everybody. We don't want to put the blame on anyone. And I understand that there's a lot of emotions going on, but I'm open to adding the deaths on all sides, including the 1,200 plus people that were in Israel as well too. So I'm happy to put another whereas after the whereas of January 24th. No, whereas as of January 24th, right, which I think could be updated to today's date. And then with today's unfortunate numbers that they've obviously gone up, we do another whereas and say whereas the city of Paris mourns the loss of life of the 1,200 plus citizens of Israel that also lost their life. Because I do mourn any innocent lives, you know. Especially what made me really sad from that day was being somebody that loves music and finding out that people are going to a music festival and losing their lives there for whatever the cause was, right? I mean, it shouldn't happen. Music festivals are a place to meet people for peace and love, and so I'm happy to do that. I think it's also important. That we also take out language that might put blame on a certain thing or takes away the from another place that's going on. So Whereas the city
Folks,
acknowledges
if we cannot
enduring
keep it down,
hardships
I'm going to
and,
remove.
and loss of life experience in Gaza and the West Bank, I think we also put in there Israel, or we could just broaden it and put the Middle East. I'm not trying to water it down, but if it's for a compromise, I'm willing to do that.
All right, listen, this is going to be the last warning, because I will stop this conversation and have the deputies remove everybody from this room. We gave you guys your opportunity to speak. We were not rude with you. We're trying to make comments up here, so please give us the time.
So I think part of the issue too is that, as I mentioned, I understand it's a sensitive issue, and some people are trying to go too extreme. But I got to be honest. I'm just reading my colleagues here. If you go one way or the other, it's not going to get approved. I'm not trying to water it down, but I mean, sometimes you have to compromise, and that's the politics of politics. So it's are my colleagues? I mean, is there any colleague here that's just not for any ceasefire resolution at all, or is that something that we could work with?
Councilman Rad, did you want to speak again?
Yes, my issue is you're framing it as not being for a ceasefire. My position is that the city of Paris, as a government entity, a local government entity, should not get involved in complex foreign issues. My concern was that this resolution was thrown together without any input from the Jewish community. It appeared on the agenda, and now we're trying to make amendments to get it passed, when we should have taken more time to get it, if we are going to bring it forward, to actually ensure that all the community members were input. You heard the individuals in the audience. Any insertion of the deaths that happened on 10/7 is just going to inflame them and alienate another portion. We'll be here all night trying to craft something that will try to satisfy everyone, but will just tick off everyone at the same time. So my position is, as a city, we should focus on local matters, and this is a complex foreign policy issue that's been ongoing for over 75 years, more like 2 millennia, and we should focus on city issues. Our congressman representing our area has already called for a ceasefire.
Yeah, if I could respond to that, Mayor.
Yeah.
So I completely respect that, and I was thinking the same thing too. But keep in mind, I was brought this up by our residents here in Paris. We're certainly not the first city to be doing it. Other cities have been doing it. Smaller cities than us have came up with statements too. And one of the letters that we got from a Jewish organization, they actually wanted to promote that local cities also get involved. So we've done things with immigration issues. I think one could say that's not a local issue, that's a federal issue. But we've also made stance on that because it does impact our community here in Paris. We've done things with the mother language monument too. I mean, something that happened on the other side of the world, we built it and made it to reflect our own city. So in that said, I mean, I think we're here. I'm willing to support it. I think 2 people have already supported it. I'm willing to make some amendments to make it, I guess, more palatable. But I mean, it's about bringing peace for a situation that's going on that does impact our residents here in Paris. So I respect your comments that we shouldn't be bringing up issues, but it does impact our residents. So I think the only one we haven't heard from was the mayor.
Right. So, and that's my concern, and that's what's being brought up here, is that we did not involve other organizations or other faith. This has been one-sided. And we represent everybody. Yes, this is not a local issue, but we do represent all walks of life. And in this case, when you asked for staff to bring this back and to consult with the Islamic community, I mean, that's all we did. We did not go to the other side as well. I don't condemn any killings as what we've been seeing on the news of any innocent life, whether it's a woman, child, babies. It's just horrible. Totally, this should have been a unilateral ceasefire and not just one-sided. That's my comments for now. Yes.
So when I brought up that we should speak to the people at the Islamic Center is because those are the people that are impacted by it right now. I mean, those are I spoke to people who are from Palestine itself, that have family there, that have unfortunately lost family members over there as well too. I don't know any Jewish organizations in Paris. I know that what we did get is that we got input from people of the Jewish faith. We got multiple people. We got letters from Jewish organizations that are in complete support of the ceasefire resolution, what we have right now, without any amendments. So to say that we haven't got any input, we got input from 2 organizations and multiple people that are from the Jewish faith, people that are not from Jewish or Islamic faith. I know, for example, if you want an example from the Christian faith or Catholic faith, which is our largest faith here in Paris. It's what the Pope has been very vocal on this issue. I mean, he called it terrorism on both sides. So the own Pope who speaks on behalf of all Catholics throughout the whole world, he spoke on that. He spoke for a ceasefire. So if we're looking for examples, we have the examples here. I don't know who we need to speak to. Do we have to go knock on every single door or whatever? I mean, if they want to speak in opposition, they could have came here. They had every option to come here and speak on it.
Your direction to the staff was to go to the Islamic community.
That's true.
And I'm
true.
sorry, let me speak.
go ahead.
And that's what they did. The letters you're referring to, we just got them today. We haven't even had a chance to read them and go through them. This should have been a thorough conversation with everybody involved in this, not just one-sided. And that's, I think, what the majority of us are saying up here at the dais.
Okay. So is there any language that you would like to remove or place? I mean, other cities have done this. We could just copy and paste. I mean, that's one thing that we could do. Other cities have do that. I have Pomona's resolution right here.
Well,
That's
it's nothing
something
we
that-
can do right now at this minute. That's a working tool we have to go back to and draft.
Okay, so what I don't want is to have to go through this again. I mean, the public speaking and stuff like that, but that's what's gonna happen. If we need time to do it, I think we can knock it out in 15 minutes, but to try to push this to a further date, I don't think that's gonna be,
How are you gonna work this out? Are you gonna invite people right now at 9 o'clock at night?
no, I think between ourselves, I think we've heard from other organizations. And we
I have not heard from all the other organizations.
You haven't heard from the Jewish
I
organizations?
heard from one person or 2
Jewish-
persons, that was it.
Hold on. What about Jewish Justice for Peace?
That's one person. We have to have staff look into this issue.
Hold on. Okay.
Folks, I don't need your input at this time.
So I think it's vital that we somehow come up to something today. I know it's going to be tough, but I don't want to go through this again, and I don't know.
Well,
if anyone
then you need to make a motion and see if you get that passed.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we discuss this today using the public speaking that we got, using the residents that came out, using any and all resolutions that we already have examples on from other cities that are plenty to choose from, and that we make something that's something that would satisfy what we all want to achieve here, getting the majority of the votes. I don't know if there's anything you want to add?
I'm sorry, for a second, I interrupted the mayor as well. Just another point too, I know you're in the middle of making a motion, but it's very discouraging to sit in a council chamber where community speaks and council makes a decision, and yet again, we've heard it time and time again, where community organizers takes the time out of their busy schedules to speak on an issue, and a decision is being made, right? Personally, when it comes to issues, I stand with my community, for my community, and the community has spoken loud and clear. So at this point, I'm not interested in listening to an amendment, a motion that you have on the table. I just like us to move forward and call on a vote on this item.
So you technically have a motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. So if council member would like to proceed with his motion, if you could do me a favor and repeat it once again.
So for clarification, I mean, before I do this though, because what you're saying, Mayor, is that you want to see other organizations, but we haven't notified any other organization. Like, what other organization would you want to get information from besides the Jewish organizations we've heard from, what the Pope has said himself, that represents most Christians in the world. I mean, is there another organization you'd want to hear, like specifically? I'm not trying to be brash here. I'm just
Talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you because you're.
You're supposed to make a motion. You're not supposed
Well,
to.
well, no,
not
because
asking
I'm
for-
wondering, do we?
I said at this time, we need a motion. We
Okay.
already gave our position on it for now. I'm not prepared to make changes right now without going back to the drawing board, basically.
Back to the drawing board, but how? Like, and what specifics?
I'm not there yet. You need to make a motion on this item that you brought, if you want to make a
Okay.
motion.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion with the amendments that I included already. That adds the information regarding the 1,200 Israeli citizens that were lost. And also takes out language, any type of language that would put any blame or any cause to the issues that are going on right now.
If I may, Councilmember Corona. So what I'm reading is there's a whereas added as of January 24th that will state as of January 30th, over 1,200 Israelis have been killed. And the resolution will now read that very end, last sentence of the resolution title will state, "And humanitarian crisis in Gaza, in the Middle East," or in Gaza and Israel.
Where was that at? I'm sorry.
The title of the
Oh,
resolution.
the title? Yeah, I'm not opposed to putting Middle East.
Okay.
Because as we saw a couple days ago, this is now extending beyond this area.
And those are the two.
Okay.
And then it was.
We can even take out, I was open to this too, strike out the word Israeli and just into the siege of Gaza.
So the second to the bottom whereas
Yeah.
of the first page, and we'll read the last sentence of the second to the bottom whereas, we'll read, "And end to the siege of Gaza."
Yeah. I think besides that, it's pretty much in line with most cities that have.
What are
passed
you
the resolution.
doing on that paragraph?
The second to the last whereas on the first page, the last sentence of that whereas will read, "And end to the siege of Gaza." And delete Israeli siege. But it won't say Israeli. Siege will still be in there, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just for clarification, could we go through that list again? I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, if you could.
Do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it? Go ahead. Let me do it again. All right, so the resolution title, the last sentence, will read, "And humanitarian crisis in the Middle East." First page, after the whereas, as of January 24th, 2024, will be updated to read current numbers of those killed in Gaza. A new whereas will be added after the Gaza killings number. It will state that as of January 30, over 1,200 Israelis have been killed. And we will verify the numbers if that, right? Is that what Corona stated, the 1,200? Over?
I've always heard the number 1,200. You're
Okay.
hearing 7,500?
That was the first day. That was October 7th.
You think 7,500 people died that day?
No, not that first day, all October.
I believe Councilman Corona wanted the killing numbers as of January 30th, as of the latest, for the Israelis?
For everybody, and then also for the Gaza. Yeah, for that one, for that next whereas, yeah.
Okay. Is that, okay.
Yeah.
And then at the very bottom, the second to the last whereas, on the first page, the last sentence of that second to the bottom whereas will read, "And end the siege of Gaza." And delete Israel. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's a good, I think this is in line with what other cities have done. I know other cities, I've seen other cities, they've actually been more one-sided, and I'm proud that we're not going that route, so. So I guess I'll make a motion to make those amendments.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to clarify, is that a motion to approve the resolution with those amendments?
Yes, and also I think I had in my notes to also send a letter as Pomona did, to our local officials, or not our local, our congressmen and our state and federal officials. And I think if you could just copy what Pomona did on that part. Well, I guess we'll make it specific, right?
We can insert language into the resolution to that effect, if that's what you're changing the resolution to include.
Just need clarification on the receivers, and we can wordsmith, but to whom?
Okay, the city council of the city of Paris hereby joins other cities in calling on Congress and we're going to strike out Biden. We're going to put the current presidential administration to demand an immediate ceasefire, an immediate release of all hostages. We're gonna strike out the rest of that. Urgent safe passage and delivery of substantial and sufficient humanitarian aid to Gaza, and a lasting political resolution that protects the lives, health, and security of all innocent civilians. Yeah, I think it mentions stuff about hostages and it mentions humanitarian aid, so I think it's two-sided there. Did you get that?
So it's a motion with those amendments.
With a motion with those amendments that are.
Including the one that you just mentioned about sending it to, or to the, what is it?
Congress and current administration.
Right.
Yeah. Did you get that, Councilwoman Nava?
I would, as far as that goes, I'd like to do protocol and send it over to our congressional representative and reiterating that he is already calling for ceasefire on his end, so.
Yeah, you're right.
So directly to our congressional representative.
Well, I just put calling on Congress, but yeah, I think you're right. Specifically, if we can mention that, I don't think we have a. Oh, it's section 3. That's what it was. The city council requests that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to the city's delegation of federal representatives and disseminated to any requesting interested parties. Does that satisfy that?
Yes.
That would be a federal. And we left all the stuff about that the city vows to combat anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and ethno-nationalism in all its forms, similar to what we did with the resolution that we did in 2020 regarding racism as a public health. And that's the amendments.
And I, Councilwoman Nava, will second the motion.
Any further discussion? I have a motion by Councilwoman Corona, second by Councilwoman Nava. Please call a vote.
Nava Corona, yes. Rab Vargas, no. Rogers abstain.
Okay, motion does not pass. Moving on to item G. All right, folks, need to be quiet, please. Section G. We'll wait a couple minutes, let the room clear out. That's next. Okay, item 10G. Councilman Corona, you asked to pull that?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I mean, I know that it didn't pass, but I thought we were having knowledge to direct staff to do something if it didn't pass, or is that?
No,
is that,
it didn't pass.
okay, so,
We're moving on to item 10G that you asked to be pulled.
okay, all right, all right. All right, item 10G, I just want to kind of bring up, I know it's an area that's looking to get, is there anybody here representing 10G? Okay. No, I'm not opposed to it. I'm definitely not opposed to it. I just think that it's important that that we understand. I know that you're planning on. Mayor, is it okay if we take a?
Yeah, we're gonna wait for the deputies to clear this. I'm sorry, folks, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 9:15.
Bigger buildings are less generate less.
All right, if we can all get back to our seats, please. My God. All right, Councilman Corona, if you can resume your questioning.
Yeah, so with the homes are, you know, I drive by there every single day, and I see that they graded in and everything, but you do still need an extension. When do you plan on constructing?
Okay, so the current intent to start construction is in May, so the goal is to have the map recorded. We're in final plan, we believe to be a final plan check, so.
And these are the Lennar homes, right? Or
That's correct.
Lennar, okay. Okay, so by May, hopefully.
That is the intent.
Okay, which is the same time that I think we're planning on doing construction for the park too. So that'll be nice and a good selling point for you guys too.
That's, we're very excited.
But that's all the questions I had. I'm sorry.
And I'm sorry.
I'm sorry you had to stay here the whole time for that.
What time was that? When did you say?
Sorry.
You say?
May.
We will be starting our model construction, vertical construction, relatively towards the end of May of this year. Is that it?
May of '24.
Correct.
And you're, remind me of when this timeline ends, that they need the extension.
Next week, I
Staff?
believe it expires in February 5th.
Okay, so you almost made it.
Yeah.
All right.
You were
I hope
trying
you're
to,
gonna,
but-
I hope you're gonna start, because I've asked this question since I've been a mayor for 8 years, and some projects never start. And all we do is give extensions after extensions, so. Hope Lennar pulls through. All right, if there's no other discussion on this matter, let me ask for any public comment on item 10G.
It was her, Sonia Villaneda.
Anybody wishing to speak on this item?
That was me.
You may sit down, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve. I have a motion by Councilman Rab, second by Councilman Corona. Please call the vote.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. Item 11 is our public hearings. 11A is consideration to adopt proposed resolution numbers next in order regarding annexation of DPR 22-00020 to the city maintenance districts. This is going to be introduced by our city engineer, John Porcazimi.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Daniel Louis with Wilden represent this item before you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. DPR 22-00020 is a construction of an 89,000 square foot industrial warehouse building on 4 acres. It's located on the south side of Markham Street between Webster and Patterson Avenues. As a condition of approval, the project is required to annex into the city's 3 maintenance districts to pay for benefits and annual costs associated with the property once it's developed. The proposed maximum annual assessment for the project is $8,778.58. On November 28th, the City Council approved resolutions initiating the annexation and set the public hearing for tonight. At this time, staff is asking the mayor to open and close the public hearings. Following the hearings, the city clerk has opened the ballots. There is 1 ballot per district. If there is no majority protest, then the City Council can consider the approval of the resolutions confirming these annexations. Unless there's any questions, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Council, anybody have any questions, comments? Okay, at this time, I'm going to open up the public hearing. 9:27. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, sir.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, 9:27. Madam Clerk, can you open the three ballots, please?
City of Paris annexation of DPR 22-00020 to benefit Zone 143, Flood Control Maintenance District Number 1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of DPR 22-00020 to benefit Zone 178, Landscape Maintenance District Number 1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of DPR 22-00020, Maintenance District Number 84-1. The ballot is marked yes.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll call for a motion on the three resolutions. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rogers, second by Councilman Rab. Please call a vote.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. 11B is consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order approving addendum 23-05252 to the previously certified final environmental impact report, SCH number 200-807-1060, for the South Paris Industrial Project and approving major modifications 22-05265 and tentative partial map 23-05248, TPM 38518. This is to modify development plan review 84-04-006 and tentative partial map TPM 35886 to facilitate the construction of three industrial buildings totaling 3,317 square feet on three contiguous parcels and to approve a related operating memorandum and documents these modifications of the original project located at the southwest corner of Mapes Road and Getz Road on approximately 195 net acres. The applicant is IDI Logistics. This will be introduced by our Director of Development Services, Kenneth Fung.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This item will be presented by our contract planner, Matthew Evans.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for that introduction. So this proposal is major modification 23-05248. This is a proposal to modify the previous approved development plan review from a 2010 approval to reduce the number of buildings from 3 to 4 and reduce the overall square footage from 3,448,738 square feet to 3,318,000 square feet for the project located in the general industrial zone designation.
Can I stop you right there, Matthew?
Yes, sir.
You're saying that we're going to reduce the number of buildings from 3 to 4? Or is that reduced from 4 to 3?
My apologies. It is a reduction from 4 buildings to 3 buildings.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. In association with the project, we also have a tentative parcel map. It's TPM 38518. And that will reduce the total number of parcels from 6 to 3 and create a new Lot A for open space. And then finally, a operating memorandum to document the modifications proposed according to the terms of the development agreement, recorded for the site, and to authorize the city manager to finalize and execute the document subject to the city council approval as to form. City council approval as to form. So as I mentioned previously, the project site is located in the general industrial zone designation, which is GI. The truck route from the site is Getz Road to Ellis Avenue. That would be northward and then eastward, and then a southeast direction on Case Road back to Bonnie Drive to the 215 freeway, Highway 74 interchange. And here you have a close-up of the overall site plan. Again, this is on the southwest corner of Getz Road and Mapes Road. And it's also intersected by A Street and Watson. So just to give you some background on this project, the Planning Commission voted unanimously 5-0 to recommend approval of the project as the modification is a significant improvement to the overall project approval by the City Council on August 31st, 2010, for DPR 0804-0006 and Development Agreement 10-04-0009. The approved development agreement that vests the rights to proceed with the construction of the original project until September 30th of 2026. If the major modification is not approved, the major modification is an improvement as to architecture. And as you can see here, these are the 2010 elevations. And then you have the current architecture. Again, this is the proposed architecture. We have updated colors and materials associated with the project from the previously approved project. And then these are some perspective elevations. We have a daytime rendering and a nighttime rendering. And so as to that reduction, so the proposal does propose a reduction in square footage of a total of 132,417 square feet from the original project. So the project is currently approved, is laid out here. As you can see, there's 4 buildings with that grand total of 3,448,734 square feet. And then you have your proposed modification, which represents that reduction, as I noted above, with the new total square footage at 3,316,317 total square feet. And then we also have updated landscape percentage. From 2010, we had a total of about 12%. The proposed landscape plans propose a total of 23% landscaping. So as you can tell, that's quite an improvement. We have 13 different species of trees proposed. There are a total of 315 36-inch box trees, 1,527 24-inch box, and 1,524, that 4, it probably shouldn't be there. I think it's just 1,572. Yes, yeah, that's 7.2, right? I know it's confusing because the number above is 2.7. That 4 does not exist, so you can just ignore that. And then for our total tree count, we have 3,414 trees on the site. So another good aspect of this project is we start limiting the truck access to the site. As you can see, the previously approved plan has 6 truck access sites to the overall site, including A Street and Getz Road, whereas the proposed modification keeps all of those truck driveways onto Mapes Road. And so the only vehicular access that we have is we have some on Mapes, Getz, and Watson, but all of the truck traffic is funneled to just Mapes Road. We also have median and channelizers to restrict turning movements to Mapes Road only. The channelizer exhibit that you see on the upper right-hand side is just an example of what a channelizer does. So that just kind of gives you an idea. And as you can see, we've got those channelizers restricting those movements. These are left in, right out only onto Mapes, so trucks would not be able to turn, for example, right onto, left onto Mapes Road to travel up A Street. So all the traffic is being funneled back to Getz Road to go northward. And as you can see, these are the channelizers that we have and that we will have in place to restrict those truck movements.
Can you go back?
Yes, sir.
When you say channelizer, are you referring to the top right picture?
That is correct.
Those plastic little poles?
Yes, and that is just an example.
So that's what we're using, or an example of what we may use?
It's just an illustration. As an example, the final design and engineering will be from our city engineering office. So these.
And this is a private, this will be on the actual Mapes Road?
No, this would be where you get to the end of Mesa before you get to A Street, like so to prevent individuals from, trucks from taking a right onto A Street, you could head north. So that prevents them, that prevents the truck from getting into that lane, so they can head north. And the same situation.
And this is the plastic little stanchions, this is gonna stop an
It doesn't,
18-wheeler?
doesn't have to be that, this is just an
Well,
illustration.
I'm being facetious here. An 18-wheeler is not gonna, this is not gonna stop an 18-wheeler.
Mayor, if
And
I
that's what
may.
a lot of concern is about, is our truck routes. I wanna see something that's gonna prevent a truck from going a certain direction.
That's correct, Mayor. Typically, we implement actually a hard median
Okay,
to narrow the lanes and restrict truck travel.
okay. That I can take. Thank you.
We've also increased the setbacks to residential zones. So here you have an illustration, the A Street and Watson Street setbacks. A Street is set back 350 to 433 feet from the residentially zoned property to the building, and that residential zone property I refer to as directly to the directly to the west. And that would be on A Street. And then on Watson Street, you have a 170-foot landscaped area that separates the street sidewalk from the parking lot. And then overall, generally, additional landscaping added to a screen parking lot, truck trailer, driveway, and buildings, street, and future development to the south. So this kind of illustrates those setbacks that we have there. Building setback from residential neighborhood to the south is increased by 260 feet. The new setbacks increase the overall building setback from 1,930 feet as current, or excuse me, as approved, to the new setback of 2,090 feet. And that red line, that's essentially the top of those buildings there. That kind of gives you a perspective of what that view looks like from the residential development to the south.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
So I know where you took the photo at. You took it lower than kind of street level, or I guess in this case, like where the residents would be in their backyards. Do you have something higher where the residents are looking out from maybe their windows or looking from their backyards? Because I mean I can see where the picture was taken. You took it in a culvert.
Yeah, I understood. This photo was actually given to us by the applicant. And I think that you have this perspective from this location because they
Because
weren't
it's
able
open.
to obviously get into somebody's backyard to take that photo. So
Okay.
this was the best spot that they could take that photo from to give you that perspective.
Without trespassing, I think.
Understood that. You're absolutely right. It is lower than the neighboring properties, which are, a few feet above here, as you can see.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay, thank you.
yes. Other benefits from the proposed modification, the Getz Road San Jacinto Bridge, the developer will contribute $22 million towards the removal of the existing Getz Road Bridge at the San Jacinto River, with a new bridge designed to the ultimate configuration. So just going to public notice, all public agencies and all property owners within a 500-foot radius were notified of the project. One comment letter was received from the Paris Elementary School District in opposition to the project. As a response to the letter, was prepared by the applicant's consultant to address their concerns. Also, staff did reach out to the school district today. We did speak with a Francine Story with the Paris Elementary School District. She is the chief business official. She did notice, or she did, she did convey to us that she agrees that the project as modified is a better project than what was originally approved, and they understand that the project was previously approved, and that if the modification isn't approved, that they can build that 2010 approval. So they did acknowledge that. Environmental process, an addendum to the final EIR, addendum 23-05252, was prepared for the project and concluded that no new significant impacts will result from the proposed modifications, and that impacts will be similar to the original project or classified as impacts with less than significant levels. With that said, you also have a letter in front of you that we received late this afternoon from the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. You have a copy of that in front of you. If you have any questions about that, we do have our environmental consultant here who can answer any questions that you may have regarding this letter. Recommendation, the Planning Commission recommends that the City Council adopt resolution number next in order, adopting addendum 23-05252 to the previously certified environmental impact report, State Clearinghouse number 200807160 for the South Paris Industrial Project, approve major modification 22-05265, and tentative parcel map 23-05248. That's for tentative parcel map 38518 to modify the development plan review 08-04-0006 and tentative parcel map 35886 to facilitate the construction of 3 industrial buildings totaling 3,316,317 square feet on 3 contiguous parcels based on the findings made in support thereof and subject to conditions of approval, as well as to authorize the city manager to finalize and execute the operating memorandum subject to city attorney approval as to form documenting the modifications to the original project. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council, anybody have any questions or comments?
Yes,
Councilman Rab?
one. Either the applicant or you can answer it. I think it was clear in the presentation, but just for the general public, the applicant can still move forward. Say we don't approve the major modification. The applicant has until September 2026 to move forward with the 2010 approval.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And there's nothing stopping them from getting the grading permits and starting tomorrow.
Correct. If they wanted to build that original approval as you saw, they could pull permits and start construction on that tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Before I open up the public hearing, did the applicant wish to address the city council?
Good evening, Mayor Vargas and members of council. My name is Brandon Dickens, Vice President, IDI Logistics, the developer and owner of the property. Yes, as you mentioned, when we acquired the property, 3 years ago now, we had to get comfortable with the entitlements that were put in place under that 2010 EIR and the development agreement. But we really weren't happy with the way that project laid out. We have spent that time the last few years going through and making this project better. And I really give credit to staff for the amount of time they've spent working on this with us and making themselves accessible, but their professional conduct and looking out for the community and the neighborhood and really are key to along with the Planning Commission for making this a much better project than what is is already approved today. So we have a project before you that we think really accomplishes a lot in making this much more suitable for the area. It is not. Do want to emphasize that it's not an approval for a speculative project. Those two of the 3 buildings, the 2 largest buildings, are now committed to 2 users. One, Anatolia Tile, a global company that sells tile and Home Depot, Lowe's that you'll see on the shelves. They're bringing their business here to Paris. The other is to DSV Logistics, worldwide logistics carrier, and both are anxious to get started. So 84% of the FAR on the project is accounted for. We did receive the objection letter as noted by the school district. After Planning Commission approval, we met with the school district and satisfied their concerns, much of which, of course, was concerning the Railway Elementary and Rob Reiner nearby. And they were pleased to hear that as we walk through all of the details of the project, it is much improved in eliminating truck access on A Street and making sure that their trucks are physically enabled to make that turn in that direction. We also updated the health risk assessment that was previously done. And the results of that were striking 86% decrease in cancer risk with this new project compared to the previous study that had been done in 2010. So they were pleased with that result. The letter that came across today, CCAJ, also addressed the concerns about the access to the school. So we feel we have addressed that issue. Again, the outcome of efforts with staff and the Planning Commission, we've heavily increased the landscaping on the project, as you saw, from 12 to 23%, and have provided a much safer project, redirecting auto traffic onto the site from the truck driveways, and provide secure crosswalks and blinking signage and such wherever pedestrians may need to cross that truck traffic. So overall, a much better project. Our interests in Paris go well beyond this project. In addition to our sponsorship of Veterans Memorial and current project at Patriot Park, we continue to want to be a good neighbor here in Paris. So with that, I do open it up to any questions. We have our team here with us today to address any issues, questions you may have.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, I'm going to open.
Mayor, for a question for the speaker.
Go ahead.
Okay. I know you mentioned Anatoly Tile, but what was the other one?
DSV Logistics.
DSV Logistics. And so they're just a logistic, like do they contract with some other people or?
They are a third-party logistics carrier. Yeah.
Okay. So we don't know if that one's gonna be e-commerce.
It's not e-commerce.
It's not. It's guaranteed not e-commerce.
Not e-commerce. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open up the public hearing at 9:50. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, sir. Abraham Urena. Zach Strasters.
All right, so first of all, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your patience and for all that you guys do. You have a lot of weight on your shoulders. So I want to keep it brief. My name is Zach, and I'm speaking on behalf of CARE California. Couple quick things about the IDI project. First of all, obviously, the project is already approved. So we're not here debating on the merits of the project tonight. We're looking at the improvements that the developer has made to a project that we've already given our stamp on as a city. But IDI has committed to making it better, right? This is an interactive firm. They've heard, they've made adjustments, and now they're reintroducing to you, as city staff has mentioned, reducing the site square footage, going from 4 buildings to 3, changing the traffic pattern, and now no trucks on A Street near the school. Additionally, what we're looking at is an HRA, a new HRA, that shows an 86% reduction in overall air quality impacts. So, in short, anytime that CARE comes behind the podium, anytime that I'm in front of the dais on behalf of CARE, it's either because we are making sure that a developer has met community standards, or we're reinforcing that we feel very strongly about a project. So this one's a slam dunk. This one's a no-brainer. They have catered to all of the requests for a project that was already approved. So I think that it's pretty easy to go ahead and give your approval to this one again as well. Thank you. Have a good night. God bless.
Junior Ortiz. Anthony Bolaños. Wanye McDonald. Andrew Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Garcia. I'm here as representative of UA Local 364, and my brother is from Local 433 and 416, and we support the Paris Logistics Center project. This developer is practicing responsible development by committing themselves to hiring a solid GC who will hire locally and will hire a skilled and trained workforce of the area to be on this job. It matters to us, and it matters to the community at large when developers really support us like this, and we hope that you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carla Cervantes.
Ten years ago, we didn't have a third of the amount of warehouses we have now. This project is insulting to our community, and it needs to be mitigated. Just because you talk to Francine doesn't mean that the parents or students or staff of Paris School District is happy with this. There's absolutely no reason that over 3 million square feet of land need to be turned into more warehouses so close to 3 schools, other than money for warehouse developers. We have so many warehouses in our region alone. Over 14% of the nation's warehouses are here in this region, and 40% of the nation's goods travel along the 215 corridor with hundreds of thousands of diesel trucks every single day. To build these warehouses so close to the schools is very dangerous and putting the community who lives in the area at a huge risk, not only for the environment, but for our health. The emissions from diesel trucks have been known to cause respiratory illness, birth defects or abnormalities, premature birth, heart disease, increased risk for type 2 diabetes, and higher risk for cancer. That's just to name a few. We have so many warehouses in Paris we don't need anymore. You're gonna sit there and tell us there's nothing we can do? You're the elected officials. You have a duty to this community to protect our interests, not the interest of warehouse developers. The only opposition that this warehouse is that it's gonna create jobs. But you guys said that about the other warehouses, and most of them are really vacant. And the kind of jobs that they create are not sustainable for the families that have to live here paycheck to paycheck. They don't offer livable wages. This is gonna cause catastrophic long-term damage to our air and to the students and staff at Railway Elementary, Pinnacotti Middle School, and Rob Reiner Children and Family Center. Because of the health risks and the possible chemicals that they will be exposed to, we cannot allow these projects to continue because they do not benefit the community that is going to have to deal with the traffic of diesel trucks coming in and out of our community. It's sending a clear message to the community and to the youth that you see us as sacrifices to fill the pockets of warehouse developers. There is land here. There's opportunity here to create sustainable jobs that offer wages that are livable. It's time to get creative because warehouses are hurting us. The long-term health risks should be enough to discourage you to oppose these warehouses, but you guys probably already approved it, which I'm asking you to mitigate this project. It doesn't need to be approved right now. We can continue to talk to more community members. I know that the Ceasefire people came and they did their thing, but I'm here and I'm telling you guys that this is going to directly affect us. And Vargas, you shouldn't even be voting because we already know where your pockets lie and they lie with the warehouses. You shouldn't even have a say in any of this. Because every time we have brought this up, it's always like, there's nothing you can do, there's nothing you can do. What can we do to stop this or to mitigate it so it's not affecting all of the kids there? They're gonna go to school and they're gonna see that the people who represent them only see them as future warehouse workers. They're gonna have to commute to find a good job. And that's ridiculous, and I think that you guys need to mitigate this project. The community is urging you to mitigate this project.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Robert Lugan. Sandy Varela.
Hello, my name's Sandy Varela. I see a lot of my old people I went to high school with. Good to see you guys. So I am a parent at these schools from Rob Reiner and from Innovative. I have 2 babies. I have a 3-year-old that goes there, and I'm gonna have my 1-year-old's gonna go there next year. I wasn't aware of this warehouse project. I made the other parents aware because I am a part of the parent committee, and they didn't know anything was going on. I have a lot of friends in that area. I am also very concerned about the diesel emissions that's gonna have the long-term effects on our kids. I live here. I've lived here for 33 years. I'm a stay-at-home mom now. I graduated from Cal State San Bernardino. I used to teach at Paris High School, but I chose the mom life. And by seeing these plans and stuff, it's right next to these schools. This is ridiculous. You need to mitigate it, oppose it. Please oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ana Gonzalez.
Hi, good evening again. Ana Gonzalez, representing the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. So we did send a letter. Originally, we were only going to come and be in solidarity with our brothers and sisters supporting Ceasefire. However, we got multiple tags and messages and emails from residents that they wanted us to get involved in this project. And so we became aware of this on Monday. And so my team and I have doing research and everything. And we just came to the conclusion that we needed more time to review this project. But we do stand in solidarity with the community members that reached out in opposition of this project at this time. We spoke about the speculative projects, which I'm glad two were mentioned. However, there was no mention of point of sales. So what kind of revenue is coming into the city? They should be point of sales, right? That's a community benefit agreement. How, from those parcels or those phases of the project, how much of that is going to be property tax revenue? How many of that's going to be allocated to the general fund versus a community fund to support mitigations for the communities adjacent to the project? Now, there was a mention that there was an approval of 2010 with an EIR, which is great. Thank you for doing an EIR. However, it is 2024. The city of Paris is now number 5 in Southern California because of the volume of warehouses that have come into this community. There is over 125 million square footage of warehouses now in the city. Now, there's mentions of the general industrial. Can we have manufacturing jobs on the last one that was not mentioned that's still speculative? Those trees, how many of those trees, the 3414, are going to be carbon capturing trees that, are going to be sequestrating the carbon that's going to be emitting from these diesel trucks that are going to be coming in? However you put it, the cumulative impacts that are now in this community far way out what was happening in 2010. So I recommend that the city council table this item, bring community, bring the school district, bring groups like us so we can discuss mitigation measures before this project moves forward. Because as it is now, it is not addressing the current impacts that this community is facing at the moment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Omar Kobayan.
Good evening, staff, council members, and mayor. Quite the dramatic night so far, right? Earlier today, I actually had the pleasure to meet with 14 different school counselors from the school district of Corona. And these were school counselors from elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. And we did a tour at our training center in Ontario. And our carpenters training center. And we spent about 2 hours. We toured the facility and we explained and we really shared about the importance of the trades. And they shared how the importance of really sharing with their students other options besides college. They know that the pendulum has swung so far, and one of the hardest things is telling students you need to go to college, that where they felt that they didn't really need to go to college. Projects like this one are a clear example of where that can be true for some of our high school students and our youth to have an opportunity to get into the trade and work close to home. I hear things about, well, this is just for construction workers. Well, these are jobs. These are really well-paying jobs, and this is going to put hundreds and hundreds of our union brothers to work on these projects for over a year at least. So these are projects that are well-paying jobs for us. These are projects that otherwise would have to be in LA or Orange County with hundreds of miles being traveled, VMTs on the road. So you look at the carbon footprint you're leaving there. So we got to just think about that. And again, as we previously mentioned, we're not talking about approving a brand new project. We're talking about approving a redesign, a far better redesign with far greater landscaping, a beautiful design. We get it, man. There's nothing perfect. I think we'd all want a Victoria Gardens there instead of these warehouses. But the truth of the matter is, I live in Moreno Valley, and that's, we have the World Logistics there coming too, and it's going to bring revenue into the city. It's going to bring good paying jobs to the city, and it's going to keep people driving closer to home. So on behalf of Carpenters Local 951, we really endorse and we support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Daly.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Daly. I'm a Marine Corps veteran and very proud member of La Yuna Laborers Union. I'm here today on behalf of our members and our families in favor of this project. It's projects like this that allow us to earn our place here in the community while getting the opportunity to feel like we are giving back. It is a very great feeling being a contributing member and seeing our community grow, and comes with a great sense of pride. Projects like these are what keep food on our tables and our families together within this community, and that is why we love to do what we do. With that said, this is a very responsible developer who will provide great union contractors that provide a well-trained union workforce who builds to the highest standards, and it is an honor to be a part of that. We ask you please approve this project and the improvements this project brings so that we can continue to serve in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all.
Anybody else at this time wish to speak on this item?
Hi, my name is Veronica Mora. I am a resident of Paris. My family moved here in 2003, I believe, so they've been here for a little bit over 20 years. My mom lives down the street from this proposed project, and they often take my nieces and nephews to the park down the street. I moved away for college, and when I came back, the city of Paris had changed so much, and I was very proud of the direction of where it was going. In the last few years, I have seen warehouses encroaching our communities, and my commute to Riverside is getting longer. I was so happy when the entrance on Placentia opened up, because I was like, sweet, I got an entrance right here on the freeway. I can go, and it's gonna be a lot faster to get home, to get there. What I found out, that that's not the case. It actually increased traffic because it allowed trucks to come on in and they go on the road. The roads are getting worse, right? And sure, we put aside money to fix the roads, but it's honestly not enough. And I understand, right, the unions that are coming in and they're saying it's gonna create jobs for them. I understand all that, but he mentioned it's 1 year of jobs, right, for people. These warehouses are gonna be forever, right? When are they gonna be, when are they ever gonna be something else? It's not gonna happen, right? So we have to think about the long-term effects on our communities. How is it gonna affect the people, right? I wasn't here 13 years ago when this project was approved, right? I don't have any children right now, but I do wish to have children. I don't want them to grow up in a city where it's full of warehouses, where the pollution is just every single day. You can see it in the morning, the haze, right? You see it just kind of coming over like a cloud, and it's just getting worse. So I'm asking you, city council members, to please, like mentioned before, mitigate this project, take further insight into it. How is this gonna affect our communities? Actually talk to the people that are living in the communities, right? How many people actually know we live in a community where there's a lot of Spanish speakers? A lot of them are not on social media. That's how I saw it. You know, this is how I found out about this project. So I'm urging you to please take the steps necessary to really communicate it to the community. This wasn't even on the City of Paris page. This was on an outside source. So I urge you all to please bring in the actual stakeholders, not just people that are coming in from the outside. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, before I close the public hearing, can I get the applicant back up to the podium, please, for a quick question? Just want to make certain that you do understand and accept all the conditions that have been applied to this project.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have. All right. Go back to I'm going to close the public hearing at this time. 10:08. Back to the dais. Council, anybody have any more questions, comments?
Yes, I do. For it could be the applicant or for anybody else, the staff members. But what are some of the community benefits that are being done? I know that there is a lot of infrastructure that's going to be in the area, tens of millions of dollars. But are there any other community benefits that they worked with, maybe the school district or some of the surrounding area?
Good evening. I'm Brian Karras.
Hold on. You call on the applicant, then I have to reopen the public hearing again.
Well, I guess we got to reopen it.
Well, you could have asked staff.
All right.
I'm going to open it up again, but I don't want to keep going back and forth, opening and closing. So, all right, open the public hearing again at 10:09. Go ahead, sir.
Apologize if I jumped on anything.
No, that's okay.
No, my name is Brian Karras. I'm with IDI. I oversee the construction side for the West Region. Some of the community benefits, obviously, the entire truck route is going to be built out with this project. So the South Paris truck route, which encompasses over 6 miles of roadway, is getting improved from the current 2-lane configuration, or 1 lane on each side, so 2 lanes, to 4 lanes, so 2 lanes on both sides for everything surrounding our project. The remaining portion of Getz, all of Ellis leading over to Case Road, and then approximately 2 miles of Case Road leading to the Bonnie 215 interchange. There'll be 5 new stoplight, signalized intersections, along with 3 upgraded signalized intersections. We're going to be updating 3 rail crossings, 2 along Case and 1 over at A Street and Mapes. There'll be a walking path and also the new bridge on Case Road. So the Case Road Bridge is going to be expanded. It'll be lengthened and widened to make much safer. The existing bridge on Case Road is incredibly unsafe. It's not to current standards. So that'll have 2 lanes on both sides along with a walking and pedestrian path on the west side of the bridge, which will be separated from the traffic, so making it much safer for anybody crossing over walking or riding their bike over the bridge.
For Getz, that's going to be the Getz Bridge.
No, that's actually Case Road.
Case Road, okay.
Yeah, the
All
Getz Road Bridge is going to be a monetary payment for a future project.
Okay.
that the
Which
city-
I agree is much needed. I mean, I drive that every day. And
Absolutely.
I'm not looking for the day where it has to get redone, but I know it has to get redone. What about, like, excluding infrastructure, what community benefits are you doing for the surrounding area? Like, I know that this is right across from the school. That's right there. That serves our youngest of children, right? Preschool age and stuff like that. Is there community benefits that we're doing for them?
We haven't.
Have we worked for them?
Yeah, it's open for discussion for sure. I know we're on the other areas within Paris. We are doing work with the city of Paris right now to support the Patriot Park improvements. So there's an existing synthetic turf and a grass field. So the grass field is going to be replaced with synthetic, and all the lighting will be updated. The parking areas are getting expanded, and it'll be much safer for all the sports that come to that field, all the parents that are parking on the streets, and within that existing parking lot. It's just not sufficient right now, so we're supporting the city with that project.
Okay.
But aside from that,
Yeah, I know here we are, we're about to vote on this, but I mean, if I know Lou, you know, he works with the community and stuff like that, but we're really looking to introduce something for the school district, especially at preschool right there. It serves a lot of underserved of our families who are low-income families, so if we could really look into doing something like that right there.
yeah, no, and I think you're all aware that we are definitely. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, we actually did, when we met with the school district, we did offer them anything that, you know, they could utilize, anything that would be beneficial for them while we're there, for sure, we want to be able to help them out.
Okay,
So
yeah,
we-
I could confirm, knowing that I know a couple of the school board members, that you guys did reach out to and that Lou did. Okay, but I appreciate that, though. I think that's all the questions I had for you right now. I just want to ask our staff. But I do want to thank you. What's the total truck traffic for that per day? Like a 3 million square feet? What's that going to look like? I know a lot of infrastructure's in expanding and stuff like that, but what does that entail?
I'm going to defer that to the traffic, our consultant, but usually the analysis, they assume a worst-case scenario. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's the case,
Right.
but I'm going to ask our consultant to kind of confirm that number.
Our consultant, okay. Do we have that number?
I think the traffic consultant, because our consultant is more CEQA, so, but the developer's traffic consultant is here too.
Oh, okay.
Hi, my name is Charlene Sohn with Urban Crossroads. So the question was about the daily truck traffic so the trip generation memorandum that I prepared for this specific project.
For the current one, right? Not
Yes, for the
okay.
current, well, we did for the current one, but compared it to what was previously adopted.
Only,
But the
okay.
square footage that I used for the proposed project is actually higher than what's in this presentation tonight, so the numbers are gonna be a little bit higher than what they would actually be. Like a 4+ axle truck, so that's like the big rig style trucks. The estimate is 462 truck trips per day. So if you divide that by 2, it's like 230 trucks.
Okay. And how does that compare with what the original project, the current project in place right now is? Is that more or less?
It's less because it was 476.
Also, they're based on total square foot, not the size of the building? Because I know now we're going from 4 buildings to 3?
It's total square footage. So because your
Okay.
total square footage fell, the
Gotcha.
actual trips also
It
fell.
actually reduced it, okay, okay.
I'm sorry, if I may ask a question since we have the consultant up already. So how many loading dock doors do we have cumulative for this project?
I don't know the number of the loading dock doors because
It's
the trips are.
567, sorry. I was waiting for an answer. And you are saying that it's 462 daily trips, but yet you have greater loading dock doors available?
I don't know if anybody on the.
She's
team
traffic,
has
she's
that
not
one.
the
Yeah,
warehouse.
I'm not a designer, but from my
I wanna-
understanding.
Can
the
somebody
number-
answer that? Hold on, ma'am. Can somebody answer that question for the councilwoman?
Can I just add as the traffic person, the traffic numbers are independent of the dock doors. The dock doors don't generate the trips. The trips are generated by the building square footage.
Oh, sorry. So to add to that, so your formula is just square footage. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the formula that you use?
Yeah, it's a international standard. They have different rates for different types of industrial land use categories. And for generally for industrial uses, you are basing the trip generation off of square footage. It's never based off of number of dock doors.
Okay, thank you.
Do you still need to hear the doors?
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Matthew Lee with HP Architects. So we're the one who designed the whole site. As far as the dock doors we design for the buildings is based on how the tenant will actually use it. So we don't really know how they want to use it. We designed a lot of dock doors. However, most of them are not used when actual tenants come in. They only kind of use one side as a shipping, half of them maybe, and one as a receiving. Some are just closed and they're just for future use. So it's not going to be 100% used for all dock doors.
Okay. But yet again, that answer is pretty vague because you don't know how it will be used, right? So these numbers there isn't a formula that you're using, there isn't a confirmed number, it's just what we're assuming at this point?
So the formula that we use for just a speculative building, in the marketplace, we specify 6,000 square foot for one doctor. So that's the formula that we kind of
Okay.
use. And that's for both warehouse and all the different uses that we do.
Okay. So entertain my thought. So at any point, all 567 loading docks could be used at any given point, at any day in the future, right? If plans are to grow, or why the need for 567? Can we reduce that number significantly if we don't think we'll even get near that?
I think for operations, for different cities, like for different tenants that I've been working with, it's hard to dictate where their conveyor lines are going to be. So we can't really close any dock doors because we really don't know how they're going to design it. If we start closing all the dock doors, then the operation itself won't work for the tenant in some cases. That's why we're just trying to open some options for them.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questioning I have for that. Thank you.
Councilman Corona, were you done?
Oh, with questions, yes, I just have comments.
Can I just add one more point? The question, again, we do know who are occupying these buildings, and we know that there are more dock doors than they need. And even in terms of the amount of queuing.
Can
that's
you
been
get up
provided-
closer to the mic?
Sorry about that. The amount, the queuing even that's being provided for these buildings is far more than what is needed, what they need, so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Rab?
Again, one of the speakers mentioned trees that were able to carbon capture. The trees, do we know if the trees that are planned in the warehouse are able to capture the carbon emissions? And then another question is regarding the tenants. I believe the stone tenant is in the first warehouse on Getz, and then which one is the other DSV going into? Is it the middle one or is it the one closer to A Street?
DSV is going into the middle building, building number 2.
Okay,
Anatolia is building number 1.
okay. Building number one's the one on Getz.
Number 1 is on A Street.
Okay.
Can you
Getz-
change the
Getz-
slide, Matthew?
Getz is the smaller building.
Smaller building?
Yeah.
Are they open to reducing the square footage of the one on A Street to push it back a little bit from Rob Reiner? It seems kind of close.
You know, we have spent a couple of years working with them on what they can set up for their operation. We did make modifications there. They have actually a fairly significant setback there that wouldn't normally occur, and there is a flood control channel there, the rail line. So they've really settled in at what works for their operation, unfortunately.
So given the community benefit agreement, how many trees would you be willing to set up to surround like Rob Reiner and A Street with trees so they don't have to see your warehouse?
I don't know if we can give you a number, but we will absolutely be happy to work with the city, with the school district, you know, to help out with additional landscaping there. No objection to that.
Councilman Rab, just want to know that there is a tree condition, 1 per 2,500, because they submitted before the Good Neighbor guidelines, they were under the 1 per 5,000, but they've agreed to 1 per 2,500. If you do the calculation for that, they would pay in about 700,000 towards that fee once all the buildings are built. Under the old term, it would be about half that amount, 350. So just want to put that for your information. Beyond, if you wanted to ask for additional trees beyond that fee that's set aside that we could utilize for off-site landscaping.
My concern is if with those trees, can we ensure that they get up and down A Street, Rob Reiner? To be frank, I don't think the original 2010 project should have been approved the way it was. And this is an improvement, I will say that, but I think, I just don't know what was going through the council. I mean, we were in a recession in 2010, but to put so many warehouses that's not in a flight zone, some of it's in a flood zone. It just seemed kind of, Rob Reiner has been there since about 2000, 99, somewhere around there. So they already knew there was a school down there. Railway's been there since 2002, 2000, sometime in the late 90s, early 2000s. So they already knew there were 2 schools there. I just don't know what was going on to put so many warehouses. But here we are now. I just want to make sure we have ample trees that are able to capture the carbon emissions from the warehouse to make sure this project, yes.
My name's Charlie McPhee. I'm Senior Vice President of IDI Logistics, and this project's my responsibility. I want to assure you that hopefully our actions have demonstrated this. Well, we've proactively met with the school. The first thing we ask is, and we'll continue to pursue this, is, we're a long-term owner in this community, and we've demonstrated that hopefully with some of the projects we've gotten involved in. We really look for opportunities to enhance the community, which your suggestions in terms of landscaping for Rob Reiner School, I'm completely in support of. We'll just need direction from the school and help with the city to execute that. But in terms of our sponsorship of it and our commitment to it, you have my word that we're completely committed to it.
Okay, thank you. And just one last comment. I'd like to see the area blanketed with trees, not just to get Paris-wise, but I want that area to look like Claremont or Upland 30, 40 years from now. And I know we can do it. I know we have and thank you for going above and adhering to the good neighbor policies, even though you didn't have to. I just want to make sure in 20, 30, 40 years from now, the area is just blanketed with trees. So.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
May I
Mayor Pro
also-
Tem, Councilwoman Eva.
Thank you, and this goes along with the tree, and this is a question I've asked in the past. How many trees would we need to mitigate the impacts of this cumulative project? What's the amount?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Matthew. I believe the number of trees were stated on the slide. I think there's 3,400 roughly. I don't remember the exact, 3,414 trees. So we increased the percentage of landscaping by 11% from 12 to 23% from the previous approval, which is pretty significant. And we've tried to show a number of visuals that will demonstrate the aesthetic look of the project and how we're mitigating the mass of the project. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it didn't. I want to know a number. How many trees would it take to mitigate the emission, the fossil fuels coming out of this project? What's the number that we would need to make sure?
I don't know how to. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't.
I believe we have an expert in the room that could answer it. No, behind him. Sorry to be addressing the public, but we have our environmentalist, I believe, in the room. He knows the answer. If I could have him, at least a rough estimate, give us some kind of feedback, please.
Honestly, have no idea. So, sorry.
Okay, so that doesn't help me make a decision here.
I understand, yes. The only thing we can, let you know is that that they are planting more trees than the original project, and it's a smaller project with less vehicles, so it's generating fewer emissions than the original project. So in that case, the trees that they are providing more potential emissions reduction than the approved project.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? So, go ahead, Councilman Corona.
Yeah, for just comments, I do agree with my colleagues here. I think it's a bad project overall. I mean, I from like the first month I got on council and I heard about this project, I was looking for ways just to like stop it or change it or do anything. And all I kept hearing is there's a 16-year development agreement up to 2026, and I was just praying that maybe they'll just forget about it and it'll just expire, but it never did, right? I do agree with Councilman Rabb. I don't know what was going on at the time. I could say this: out of the 5 council members 4 of them are no longer with us. I'm not talking about on the dais, like they're no longer with us. So rest in peace to them. But it's important that now being here, the decisions we make last for decades, right? So I see this now. What I do see about this project though is that as Councilman Rab did state as well too, they can start grading right now and build the original projects, which is an inferior product than what's being presented now. I've sat down and worked with them, and I have told them all this, right? I don't think it should have been approved. It's right near schools. It's right near future homes. There's homes on the other side of the river. I go by there all the time. It's going to create more traffic and stuff like that. But that's not what we're voting on. We're not voting to approve this, a project. We're voting to approve a better project. So in essence, it's making a bad project less bad, right? But I'll give them credit on a couple things. They've gone above and beyond on the amount of trees, right? We required, I think, 25 to one tree, 5 square feet to one tree. On their project alone, I think I did the math. It's like 900 per every 1,000 square feet. They're putting a tree on their project. Not to mention the trees that they're adding, donating to the city and stuff like that. So they've also set back everything. They move things around, and from the viewpoint, from the residents that have to live south of this project, they see it less. And the landscaping, I told them, we need landscaping, we need landscaping, we need landscaping. I do compare it to some of the warehouses that I see in North San Diego, but if we could take a look at Claremont and stuff like that, yeah, we want to look like that. I know the other IDI project, when I drive on Redlands, they got some of those trees, and right now, because of wintertime, the leaves have all fell off. If we can not use those trees and use something that's going to be green and lush year-round, that would be a benefit to everybody involved, with also emissions and everything too. But I can't remember those trees. There's those trees that fall, the little pods fall down. I know I took one out of my house because of the mess. But with that said, if we could use some trees that are going to stay green year-round, and make sure that that it's. I mean, it's hard to say that it's a benefit for the community around there, but if we could make it somewhat of a benefit in that aspect, and also very important, and I'm going to have them reach out to you if we could also just continue to work with the school district that's right there too. But as for me, it's kind of tough, right? Because I've have a history of voting no to warehouse, but we're not voting to approve a warehouse. It's already been approved. We're just voting to approve the modification. But that's all the comments from me. Thank you.
And to add what you're talking about, I mean, just look across the freeway on the county side. They don't do nowhere near the amount of work we do with our warehouses and our conditions and what have you. And again, that's what I was going to reiterate, was the fact that this warehouse has already been approved. Matthew, I think you mentioned that 500 residents were sent notifications on this for the public hearing?
So typically, our requirement is a 300-foot radius for notification. We asked the applicant to go a little bit above and beyond because we know the site is kind of vacant around there. So we did ask them to go that extra.
And how was that done? What type of process?
So essentially, they just increased that radius from 300 to
No,
500
sir.
feet.
How do you communicate to those residents? Is it a letter that's sent to them?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, a public hearing notice, right. So we advertise.
letter sent to them?
In the paper, and we send them an actual notice in the mail.
To the resident? So
Correct.
it's not social media?
We do, well, we also have this available on our website as well.
Okay. I shouldn't have said it that way. A letter is sent out to the
A letter
house.
is sent out, yes.
Very
And-
good.
And there is instructions for Spanish speakers as well, that they can reach out to
And
the
you
city.
said no one responded back but the elementary school?
That is correct. We
Not
have
one resident?
not one resident, that is correct.
Thank you. A Street right now along the project, don't go nowhere, Matthew. It's dirt street it's late. Along the project, it's dirt right there already, or is that paved now?
A Street?
Yes.
A Street is actually paved all the way to, so if you're looking at this
So
exhibit.
it's, the north is Mapes, what's on the south side? What's the next street? Or is that dead ends in the Badlands?
So yeah, A Street it essentially dead ends before you get to San Jacinto River.
And that is paved right now.
And it is paved.
Okay.
Yep. So you will have that street widened, full improvements.
And aside from, when we talked about benefits, community benefits, aren't you doing something with the railway too? The Railroad Museum?
Yes, in fact, I do have that exhibit that shows, and I'll let the applicant speak to this as well, but I have an exhibit up here that shows what that looks like. So I believe as you can see, the rail spur is along, this would be the A Street rendering. I'll let the applicant, since the public hearing is still open, I'll let the applicant describe what they're doing.
Can you just touch real quick what you're doing for the railroad museum?
Yeah, the Rail Museum uses the crossing across A Street, or across Mapes for their spur, that when they maneuver their trains around on site, they have to cross over that area. So we're working with them so that it doesn't impact their facility while we're building the work. We're improving the crossing, making it safer, and extending, obviously, the crossing arms that are going to be there. So we're in constant communication with the Rail Museum and working with them, yes.
All right, great, thank you. You can sit down. All right, I think they got a real good direction about trees from both Councilman Corona and Rab. Okay, I'm going, final comments, guys, before I close the public hearing. Anything? You good? All right, so we're going to close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before you close public hearing, since you reopened
I
it.
have a young man here.
Correct.
Can you pull the microphone down, sir?
Hi, my name's Ezra, and I live here, and my brothers are part of Rob Reiner, and I wasn't aware that they were making warehouses, and that I don't want my brother to be in danger, or me. And I want my brothers to have a good life, and I want them to grow up with a good job and be very successful in life. And it's harming me to make warehouses, and that I have asthma, and that makes it worse.
Take your time.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
That's a good big brother.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to close the public comment, or public hearing at 10:35. And at this time, if there's no more discussion from the dais, I'm going to call for a motion on the resolution. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rogers, second by Councilman Rab. Please follow.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Just to clarify, the motion is to approve staff's recommendation because it includes a resolution and approving the operating memorandum as well. So it's two separate actions. So
Yes.
Okay.
So can you explain that again?
So the action before the council tonight is to adopt the resolution that would approve the project, or rather the
Well,
amendment.
approve the modifications.
I'm sorry,
Not approving the project.
Correct myself.
That's
Is that-
already been approved in 2010.
Correct. It's approve the modification of the project and also approving the operating memorandum that documents those changes, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same document subject to approval, subject to city attorney approval as to form.
Okay.
So that's the full requested action.
Okay.
And they include the issues with the trees and what have you, with the working with the
Yeah,
school
we can work
district.
with them, get, yeah. And then, so we have those amendments in there too, right, or those? Okay. And then I see, I'm sorry, I see Councilwoman Nava in the queue. Were you planning on speaking? I'm sorry.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I did. I had mentioned my name in the queue. If I
Go
may.
ahead.
So I just want to reiterate that out of the few public comment speakers that we had from our residents, not a single resident was in support of this project. And again, this project was approved in 2010. I asked a few questions that were vague in the lines of Councilmember Rab, who's mentioning of Rob Reiner and the trees and blocking and whatnot. But there was still a question lingering as to how many trees we need to mitigate this project, right? So I feel it's premature to make a decision today on this item because there's still a few other mitigating factors that I'd like to address and work with staff, not only as far as trees, but making sure the loading docks was another one. I need a better number on how many traffic we expect to see. I feel we're making a premature decision and not knowing fully the impacts that this project will have in our community. And again, this is a project that will be here for decades to come, right? And I hate to be so brash and make a decision now. Again, this project was approved in 2010, so whether we are approving another industrial project is not the case. This was already approved, but I feel that there's ways that we can make this project better and try to mitigate some of the impacts that it would have. And a question I had was perhaps reducing the loading docks, making the sizes of these buildings smaller. Granted, I understand that they were already reduced, but we're looking at a total of 195 acres of industrial coming to our city. And that's not a decision that I think we can make. And we've had a long night already, and we're pushing up towards a long night. And again, I feel like it's too premature to make a decision on this item, and I'd like more time to review this item. So that's just a few thoughts that I have. And I do want to thank our unions for showing up and making your comments heard. It's unfortunate to think that our community isn't worthy of Victoria Garden type projects. We are. And it's disheartening to know that our community has internalized that the bar has been set so low. So those are my comments.
So for clarification, I mean, I understand there's a motion that's already been made. Well, I guess one got removed, but you're saying to table this? Are you saying to table this? Like that you would recommend to table this?
That is correct.
Okay. I know that there's been a motion, but, okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, so the current motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Rab. I do want to clarify with respect to that motion, Mayor Pro Tem, is it that it's the motion to adopt staff's recommendation with the amendments to include the trees on, see the comment here, the work with Rob Reiner's school to plant more trees on their side of the project. Is that
The applicant did say he was willing to do that.
right? Exactly. So is that sufficient direction for staff to go? Okay. So that's the motion that's been made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Rab.
Correct. That's what we said already. All right. Are you trying to make a substitute motion?
Is that an option even though there's one already on the table?
If you would like to make a substitute motion, so what will happen is that we'll vote on that motion first.
Okay.
But I would, whatever your substitute motion is, go ahead and make it.
Okay, so my substitute motion is to table this item and bring it back to our next council meeting.
So it would be the substitute motion to continue
Right.
the item to the next regular council meeting?
That's correct.
You will need a second.
Okay, understood, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, substitute motion by Councilwoman Nava. Is there a second? on the
Okay,
sub-
so I know you said it very clear, but
Which one do we vote on first?
You would vote on the substitute motion first.
Can I run this meeting, you guys, please? There is a substitute motion has been made. I'm looking for a second on it. That's what we're going to be voting on. So can you put down that she's made the motion?
First, let's go with Maricela, so I'm going to take away Rita's and David's.
That's what I'm asking for. So now we're looking for a second on, it's not Rita, it's Maricela made the substitute motion.
So on our table, we had.
You had,
Yes, so I'm going to delete it and we're going to start again.
that's correct.
Okay, So for clarification, I know she said it clear, but it's been a long night. So you're motioning to just table this so that we could get more information or more community benefits or?
To continue the item, in order to, it has been a long night. To continue this item to work with Rob Reiner as far as their concerns that they had, and Councilmember Rabb mentioned the trees, I want a solid answer as to how many trees it takes to mitigate the impacts of this project. And I want a solid answer or a better answer as far as the traffic impacts affecting our community. And I'd like to work with the applicant in verifying if there's any way that we could reduce the number of loading dock doors, reducing the size. We're looking at 195 acres of industrial. So there's a few items that I'd like to continue working on before we make this decision. So I don't know if that helped.
Okay, no, I think it does help. I'm just trying to weigh it out, thinking, okay, because the applicant could just say, well, you know what, scratch this whole thing. We're gonna do the original one, which is
Worse.
a worse
Right.
design. So I'm with you on that. But I think knowing the applicant, I think they're willing to work with those that are involved. It's not saying no. It's just giving them more time. So I'll second that.
So that is a motion to continue with those requests to a date certain, which is next council meeting.
Correct.
Okay, it's motion by Councilwoman Nava, second by Councilwoman Nava, Councilman Corona seconds. Please call the vote. And that's the next meeting, you said, right?
Nava Corona, yes. Rogers, Rabb, Vargas, no.
Okay, thank you. That motion fails. So now you can go back and make the original motion.
And that was the motion as stated previously.
As presented by staff, along with the applicant willing to work with Rob Reiner to fix all these other issues.
Digital trees, yes.
So that, we have a motion by Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem Rogers, second by Councilman Rabb. Please call the vote.
Rogers, Corona, Rabb, Vargas, yes. Nava, no.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you, everybody. Good discussion. All right, item 12 is our business items not requiring a public hearing. There are none. 13 is council communications. We'll start with Councilman Rabb.
Yes, given the lateness of the hour, I just want to thank all the speakers for coming out and sharing your opinions, especially the people that reside in Paris. Regarding the last project, it had already been continued in December. I attended the Planning Commission meeting, expressed my concerns then, and I know it was continued from the December Planning Commission meeting into January. So just want to thank all the speakers for coming out, sharing their opinions, and we really value your insight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Corona?
Thank you, Mayor. I know some meetings go by smooth and some are very contentious, and I want to thank all the speakers that came out, voiced their opinions. I know some issues have are sensitive topics, and people get very passionate about it. I do want to thank my colleagues for voicing their opinions. Although I don't agree with them all the time, I do respect it. And hearing the comments, though, I kind of mentioned I was going to bring it back up again. But if the staff can now look at a resolution, this time asking for input from the Jewish and Israeli community, and in addition to what we already have from the Islamic Center, and if we could bring back a resolution and after hearing the comments from my colleagues here. I do respect the opinion of Councilman Rab in voicing that and his opinion on that, but if we could just do that, thank you.
All right, I'd like to get a consensus on that request for that coming back with another resolution. Can we pull for a consensus?
Wait, we need consensus from who?
From the dais.
Do we need?
From your colleagues.
Do we need? Well, no, I mean, but this is a different resolution. I mean, it's essentially different.
Well, the current council procedures state that one council member can request
Correct.
any item. And it sounds like what Councilmember Corona is requesting a different resolution, which is different from what was presented tonight, so.
So clarify one more time how you read that, that you directing staff?
That if we could work with with Jewish organization. I know we have two right here, but you could ask whatever Jewish organizations or any Jewish organizations that my colleagues recommend as well too. And if we could bring another ceasefire resolution that's more amenable to the council here.
Okay.
And also ask the opinion of my colleagues as well. That's it.
Okay. Councilwoman Nava?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just be really short with my council communications tonight, but I would like to direct staff to go ahead and look into council discussion for a moratorium regarding rezoning of commercial land and business park to industrial. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Did you get that?
Yes, we did. We will certainly look into the, if that is a legislative thing that the council can do, because it is a legislative action and that may have some limitations. But if you'd like to clarify that the purpose would be for where, we can also look for warehousing moratorium. Is that the goal?
That's correct, Clara.
Okay, so if that's not a possibility because of the legislative acts, we can't limit those to the council. It could be a moratorium on what I'm hearing, warehouses.
That is correct, yes.
I would also ask perhaps to, Clara, if you're okay with this, is to explore
Any
potential
feasible options, yes. So thank you so much.
That's it. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to share these documents from the January 12th strategic plan for WRCOG. This is the city of Paris and the benefits of the WRCOG program. Our current dues are a little over $9,000 a year, and our benefits for the program, we received over $105 million in TUM projects completed. We've received $1.9 million in grants awarded, and we've also received savings of approximately close to $700,000 in energy cost savings. And at that meeting, there is an ad hoc committee now to review the guiding principles of WRCOG, and that meeting is tomorrow that I'll be participating in. So I just wanted to share that with you. Each city received one of these to see all of your benefits in the program.
Awesome, thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, I have a list of things, but in the interest of time, I'm going to pass them on to our next meeting. So let's move on to item 14, City Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mayor. The next upcoming event hosted by Community Services is the Geared Up event at Lake Paris Recreation Area, scheduled for this Saturday, February 3rd, provided it doesn't rain. We will keep everyone updated. Right. Okay. And we'll have the Valentine's Day Family Movie Night following Friday, February 9th at Enchanted Hills Park. And the city will be hosting its first multicultural festival on Saturday, February 10th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Here on City Hall campus. It's a free event, lots of activities, and there will be live entertainment. That concludes my report.
Thank you. All right, everybody, we're back to our adjournment time. I want to thank everybody, all our participants who came and spoke. I would like to close in memory of Cecilia Maria Lourdes Uribe Topete, the wife of Deacon Uribe, both related to our St. James, the church, St. James the Less Church. She passed away on January 7, 2024. Very well-known community member of the St. James community. And I did attend the Mass this morning where they had well over 1,000 community members present for her celebration of life. We can adjourn in memory of Cecilia. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Thanks for coming, and see you next time. Drive safe.